Amen.
Let us affirm. I solemnly affirm that I will be faithful to the Republic of Namibia and its people. And I solemnly promise to uphold and defend the Constitution and laws of the Republic of Namibia to the best of my ability. So help me God. We may take our seats. Thank you very much, honorable members. The House is called to order. Any petitions? I see none. Any reports of standing committees? I see none. Any reports and papers? I see none. Any notices of motions? I see the hand of Honorable Muteka, the Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chairperson. Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members, I hereby move a motion without notice that in accordance with Rule 31 of the Standing Rules and Orders of the National Council, the proceedings on votes 11, 15, 17, 27, and 37 of the Appropriation Bill, Bill 6 of 2025, not be interrupted if still under consideration beyond 1300 hours. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable. Sign your motion and table it. Thank you, Honorable. Any notices of motions? I see none. Thank you. The Secretary will read the first order of the day. Secretary.
Introduction and motivation of reports. Report of the National Council delegation to the Inter-Parliamentary Union, IPU, 148th Assembly and related meetings held in Geneva, Switzerland from 23rd to 27th March 2024.
Does Honorable Muteka move the report? Who seconds? Any objection? We agree to. Can Honorable Muteka table your report, please? Yes, Honorable Muteka, reach your seat. Will you proceed with the motivation of your report?
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members. I stand here to give the motivation on the report of the Namibian Parliamentary Delegation of the 148th Assembly and related meetings of the Inter-Parliamentary Union that was held in Geneva in Switzerland on the 23rd to the 27th of March 2024. Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members, I am honored and privileged to have this opportunity to move the report of the Namibian Parliamentary Delegation of the 148th Assembly and related meetings of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, IPU, that was held in Geneva, Switzerland at the IPU headquarters from the 23rd to the 27th of March 2024. The IPU Assembly is the main political body through which the IPU's member parliaments adopt parliamentary resolutions on global issues. The IPU Assembly plays a pivotal role in addressing the issues which threaten peace, democracy, and sustainable development internationally, including its four thematic standing committees that act as a platform for parliamentarians to engage with global issues, exchange experiences, and work towards a concrete action and promoting human rights. The committees are listed as follows: the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security, Standing Committee on Sustainable Development, Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights, Standing Committee on the United Nations Affairs. The IPU Assembly brings together parliamentarians to discuss international problems and to make recommendations, resolutions in order to take action for these problems. The Namibian delegation attending the IPU assemblies customarily includes MPs from all parties represented in both houses of parliament, namely the National Assembly and the National Council. The IPU assembly meets twice a year, providing participants with an opportunity to dialogue on issues of international and national concern. My apologies. Honorable Prof. Peter H. Kachavivi, the former Speaker of the National Assembly, and Honorable Victoria Kauma, the Vice Chairperson of the National Council, have led the Namibian delegation. The National Council members of Parliament that participated in the Assembly meetings are as follows: Honorable Emma Tangi Muteka, Honorable Sebastian Gopes, as well as Honorable Liena Chikolo. The objective of the Namibian delegation participating in this Assembly was to observe and consider questions of international interest and concerns, express views on such issues in order to participate in the process that brings about action taken by parliaments, contributing to the defense and promotion of human rights, which is an essential factor of parliament, democracy, and development. The 148th National Assembly meeting debates focused on the overall theme, which is the parliamentary democracy, building bridges for peace and understanding, and provided a platform for delegates to deliberate, exchanging views, and stimulate parliamentary action within this area. Delegations from 144 member parliaments took part in this meeting. Amongst the 1,479 delegates who attended the Assembly, 716 were members of parliament from 703 members of parliament, and 13 from the associate groups, including 51 presiding officers and 48 deputy presiding officers. Members of Parliament delegation included 252 women members of Parliament that attended, and including 194 young members of Parliament, which I personally think is a great achievement. Honorable Vice Chairperson and Honorable Members, during the Assembly, 6 requests for the inclusion of an emergency item was proposed, of which only 2 were listed below, and the rest appearing in the report before you. 1. Rising awareness of International Court of Justice provisional measures of Israel in relation to Palestine in Gaza, and the need for urgent action on humanitarian crisis in Gaza. South Africa, with the support of the African group, and the Arab group was the one who was responsible for this. The second one was the immediate release of the hostages in Gaza, and this was tabled by Israel. In relation to the above, the IPU leadership issued an urgent political statement on behalf of the global parliamentary community calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza to complement the United Nations Security Council resolution demanding a ceasefire adopted on the 25th of March 2024. Furthermore, all the speakers in attendance emphasized the importance and welcomed the discussion on the crisis of multilateralism. Some of the main points discussed were summarized as follows: lack of cooperation in multilateral system. Speakers highlighted the need for the system to strengthen democratic principles and serve as a forum for dialogue focused on shared responsibility for the global community. Members of state to look at the local realities of individual countries and understand each other's challenges, foster a sense of international solidarity, and create a global system that is a supportive platform for all. Speakers also stressed the role of parliaments in ensuring institutions are transparent, responsive, and accountable to restore trust in local and global governance systems. A concern was raised regarding the youth disengagement from democratic processes. They supported the creation of the Office of the Secretary General's Envoy on Youth and Future Generation Dialogues. During the sitting on the 27th of March 2024, the IPU President introduced the Geneva Declaration on Parliamentary Democracy, Building Bridges for Peace and Understanding, which was the theme of the Assembly, as I previously mentioned. The IPU President then invited the youngest male and one of the youngest female MPs in attendance at the Assembly, namely Honorable, my apologies, I will struggle to pronounce this name, but it is Toji Singh from Thailand, as well as Honorable Emma Muteka from Namibia to represent the declaration. The Assembly unanimously endorsed the Geneva Declaration. In conclusion, the Forum and Bureau on Women Parliamentarians, in support of the Assembly theme, had a panel discussion on women peace builders, on women peace builders advancing sustainable peace, during which participants emphasized on the point that in order to achieve sustainable peace, women have to participate on an equal footing in peace processes, peacekeeping, peace building, and security efforts. Without the inclusion of women in post-conflict reconstruction processes, there will also be no justice for full reparations. Participants also called for women peace builders to be present at negotiation tables and to participate in decision-making processes on peace and security. By working with parliamentarians, women peace builders can effectively inform and influence better policies in terms of implementation on women, peace, and the security agenda. It is against this background that the IPU National Group of Namibia recommends to the Parliament of Namibia to discuss and support the report and inform the IPU on the following. 1. Action taken or that will be taken in Parliament to follow up on resolutions and recommendations taken in this report. 2. Plenary or committee debates on resolution in Parliament. 3. To indicate that the recommendations contained in the resolutions have been considered and influenced or will be considered in Parliament's legislative work and program. 4. Information of any legislative or other measures that have been adopted or that will be adopted by Parliament or any of its committees which conform to the recommendations in the resolution. Honorable members, I so move and humbly request that we discuss this report and adopt it. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Muteka, for the very well motivated speech. Honorable members, any discussion on the report? Any further discussions? Honorable Katura, I see your hand.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chairperson. It is lengthy. It's a lengthy report, this one. Very good also. And I went through and I see on the recommendations, I have just a question there. Because they said that it is against this background that the IPU National Group Namibia recommends that the Parliament of Namibia discussed and support the report and inform the Interparliamentary Union on the following. The next point, is it our discussion or it needs just a separate IPU group to discuss it so that the report is given? That's my question. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? In the absence of that, does Honorable Muteka wish to reply on that question?
Yes, Honorable Vice Chairperson. May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you very much for that question, Honorable Katura. What we're referring to here is the Parliament and not necessarily those who are only part of the IPU. We are referring to the Namibian Parliament, which includes both houses, National Assembly and the National Council. And I would also just want to remind to say that those of us who attend these assemblies are merely just representatives of our nations. So when we talk about parliament, we're talking about inclusive of everyone as we submit.
Thank you very much. That is the answer on the question. Honorable members, the absence of any further discussion, I now put the question that the report be adopted. Any objection? We agree to. Thank you. The report stands to be adopted. Honorable members, the Secretary will read the second order of the day.
Introduction and motivation of reports. Report of the National Council Standing Committee on Health, Social Welfare and Labor Affairs on its oversight visit to Hartap, Komas and Erongo regions on the effects of Hubbly-Bubbly from 19th to 28th August 2024.
Thank you, Secretary. Does Honorable Karondo move the report? Any secondment? Any objection? We see none. We agree to. Thank you. Can Honorable Karondo table the report? Honorable Karondo, take the floor and motivate your report. Your mic. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members, I rise to motivate the report of the National Council Standing Committee on Health, Social Welfare and Labor Affairs on its oversight visit to Ardap, Komas, and the Erongo region on the effect of Hubbly-Bubbly from the 19th to the 28th of August 2024. The National Council Standing Committee on Health, Social Welfare and Labor Affairs is established by the Rule 152 of the National Council Standing Committee as Standing Rules and Orders, and it is mandated to scrutinize and report to the Council on matters and questions falling within the ambit of offices, ministries, agencies, and public enterprises dealing with the health, social welfare, gender equality, labor, and employment creation. The committee is further mandated to perform any other function as may be referred to it by the Council. Henceforth, a motion on negative effect of Hubbly-Bubbly on the health and the well-being of the youth and the Namibian people was referred to the committee for consultation and investigation. Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members, the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control was adopted by the World Health Assembly on the 21st of March 2003 and provide a global response to global problems, namely the tobacco epidemic. The Framework Convention is an evidence-based treaty that reaffirms all people's rights to the highest standard of health. The convention is a milestone in the promotion of public health and provide new legal dimensions for international health cooperation, and Namibia is a signatory to it. Measures outlined in the World Health Organization Framework Convention emphasize the importance of using an approach that aims to minimize both tobacco demand and supply through a variety of measures. For further readings, the link is provided in our report on page 1, bullet 2.1. Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members, despite having Tobacco Product Control Act in Namibia, there is still an increase of tobacco products used among communities, especially among the youth. Among the emerging products, the hookah, commonly known as habli babli or habli, water pipe, shisha or goza, is dominating. These instruments consist of a base glass container attached to one or more smoking tubes and use hookah tobacco that comes in different appealing flavors. At times, the hookah tobacco is replaced with illicit substances such as cannabis or cocaine. Further to this instrument, there are now newer forms of electronic hookah products such as hookah pens and vapes. Some of these products are battery powered and tend to liquid contain nicotine, flavorings, and other chemicals into aerosol which a person inhales. Most e-cigarettes contain some potential harmful chemicals as well as nicotine, which is addictive. We have also some illustration on page 16 of our report on how the instrument and devices looks like. Hookah expose tobaccos to high heat from burning charcoal. The tobacco smoke created by this is at least as toxic as cigarette smoke. The charcoal used to heat the hookah tobacco can also produce high level of carbon monoxide, metals, and cancer-causing chemicals. During our visit to regions, the committee learned that the majority of learners smoke habli and vapes as it is considered as a recreational and social activity. Habli is mostly used at home first before going to school, as the instrument is big to carry around, while the vapes are used during school hours as it is small and easy to conceal. Users feel high and hyper after smoking habli or vapors, claiming that smoking helps them relax, particularly when feeling stressed, depressed, and anxious. On the other hand, some users exhibit worrisome behaviors after smoking habli. Academic and physical activity like sport has declined due to the use of habli and vapes. We have a very good example of one young rugby player that his performance declined when he started using habli, and he could also indicate that he even had some chest blockage. He could not inhale properly during sport activities. While some users feel that habli helps them relax, others feel that it affects them negatively to the extent that they can't cope without it. This is a clear demonstration that those products are not good and silently destroying our youth. Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members, the perception among the youth is that habli and vapes are meant for the youth and cigarettes are for adults. There is further perception that smoking cigarettes are more dangerous than smoking habli. Another perception is that habli and vapes are substitutes of cigarettes and drugs. The accessibility and affordability cement the notion that Hubbly and vibes are made for the youth. Further to that, users are not required to provide any form of identification when buying Hubbly or vibes. In comparison to the government of the Republic of Botswana and the government of the Republic of South Africa, the committee learned that tobacco products and the electronic delivery system control bill was introduced in Parliament of South Africa to replace the Tobacco Control Act of 1993. Importantly, the bill will pave way for the regulation and control of electronic nicotine delivery systems, such as vapes, vaporizers, vape pens, hookah pens, electronic cigarettes, e-cigars, and e-pipes, as well as electronic non-nicotine delivery systems, also referred to as e-liquids. And we have also pictures on page 6 and 7 of our report. Botswana, on the other hand, repealed and reenacted the Control of Smoking Act of July 1993 to align well with the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. Furthermore, the government notice number 262 of 2020 provides under Roman 4 that hookah shall not be used, sold, or hired. Honorable Vice Chairperson, Honorable Member, we commend the government of the Republic of Namibia for the success in tobacco control and for meeting the standards set out in the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, such as the ban of all tobacco product advertisement and prohibition of smoking in all government and public places. However, after learning about the increase in emerging tobacco products, the accessibility thereof, as well as the health effect caused by nicotine-infused products, the committee recommends that, as a matter of extreme urgency, the government should review the Tobacco Product Control Act, Act number 1 of 2010, to include hubbly-bubbly, electronic devices, vaping, and any other emerging tobacco products. To classify nicotine-infused product as tobacco product and regulate them as such, and where possible, ban the import, sale, hiring, and use of hubbly-bubbly and vaping products completely. Prohibit the sale of tobacco products to minors below the age of 18. And prohibit the open display of any hookah pipes, flavors, vapors, and e-cigarettes. And lastly, to prohibit the advertising and marketing of all hookah pipes, flavors, vapes, and e-cigarettes on all media platforms. Having said that, I humbly request the honorable members to support the report with the recommendation contained therein. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Karondo. Honorable members, we are now going to discussion. Any discussion? Honorable Richard, I see your hand.
Thank you very much, Vice Chairperson. Honorable members, good morning. First of all, I'm very grateful for the committee for the well-drafted recommendations they have presented us in this house. And I believe that hookah and the vibes are creating serious problems amongst the young people. Therefore, my appeal also to the committee is still that to lobby with the Honorable Minister so that these amendments can be done soon as possible. Because hookah, if you go to the hospital, you realize that the damage it has started to cause already on young people. As you have alluded, Honorable Member, that a young man's sports have declined. It's true. A young person who is using this humbly can barely run 50 meters because it have attacked the lungs, it have attacked the body. Therefore, it is my privilege to say that today in this house, I'm very grateful that you have taken this matter very serious, so the young people can see that not only as politicians do we not care during voting time, but we care about their health, number one. So that they can see that we really care about their future. So that the minister, the current young minister, that got so much energy, can soon as possible please table the amendments on the tobacco bill. I thank you and I rest my case.
Thank you, Honorable Richard. Any discussion? I see the hand of Honorable Tebele and then Honorable Shavionja. We go in that order. Honorable Tebele.
Good morning, Honorable Vice Chairperson, Honorable members. I really rise actually just also to pass a comment, and it's really interesting that this smoking of water pipes, or the so-called hookahs and the hubbly and bubbly, has become so a popular thing actually among the young ones. But honestly, as my honorable has alluded already, that in the past recruitment of NDF and even the police, we as councillors actually follow up, specifically when you receive complaints from the public that, no, my child was not admitted, we don't know, but he ran these hours and what, and he was told even to submit the tax and bank confirmations and so on. And then when we really follow up, we established the report that comes from the medical side of these recruitment agencies I mentioned, and where really it is established that in terms of their lungs, even you are shown on an x-ray of the lung, how these young people's lungs looks like, and then which makes them not to be medically fit to qualify for such things. And I don't know, because I perused through the recommendations also, and I might and I need to be corrected. There is this pictures that I'm seeing put on the boxes of cigarettes that displays the dangers in case you consume such. And I don't know whether that can also not be recommended to be placed on those equipments, so that it can be showing maybe that maybe the young ones might retract from that. The names also of this, how it is actually called and so on, they sound so very cool. You know, as if somebody is getting into a modern something that is so healthy. And I also want the committee even to put in the recommendation that as much as we are we don't allow smoking in public places, and this actually, but that the young people is not regarded as a smoke. So, and I think if those pictures of those things can also be displayed with the one of the cigarette, and also put that line, the red line, to say it's not allowed here, because they tell us that no, it's only cigarette that is not allowed in these public places, but this one is allowed, and so on. So, but further, really, I'm very pleased with the work that was done by the committee, and I really commend you for the good job done. And I know it was great because I saw in the report that the woman was involved, and the country is led by the female president. I so support.
Thank you, Honorable Tebele. Honorable Sayenja, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair. Good morning, Honorable Members. Mine is also just a small contribution. Especially, my focus is more, maybe before that, let me also join in commend the committee, as well as Honorable Richard as the mover of the motion on the BAPLI, and all the other new names that we are experiencing, hookah and whatever things. But what I wanted to say is that, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, is that when you look at this, especially from number 9 going down, you can see that it's not just school-related issue. There's an element of local authority that you're also picking up, because you look at the aspect where learners then are saying the lack of facilities somehow also led them to be bored, become bored, and when they are bored, they participate in some of these activities. But what I wanted to say is that I don't want us to stop here and then just put this on the table of the ministry and then expect miracles to happen. My understanding is that maybe we need to see whether, with the assistance of the committee, we can then ask the responsible minister to table a motion through the National Assembly in this regard, because what I really want us to do is that the banning of this whole thing. Because we are already struggling with all the other small things that we are experiencing as a nation. And as we are saying, South Africa is moving towards getting somewhere. Botswana have already advanced in certain things. Why can we not do the same? We might even also start as the last country when you compare the two, but then be ahead when making some recommendations, and then we can come up with a motion that will then become an act or policy, whatever we can call it, and then make sure that we ban these things. Because when you go to supermarket shops, the funny part that you find is that as much as we want to limit this to certain ages, somebody will come to a shop, that 14, 15-year-old, they normally just stand outside. There are this brother who's also trying to buy a cigarette. And then he will give him and say, no, just buy for me this one, which is maybe $300 or $200, but the change is yours. So because this person is within the age of being in a position to buy this, he will then go buy, but it's not for him. But there's that small benefit. But at the end of the day, what are we doing? Then at the end of the day, it's just going ahead, and then seriously, our teachers, our parents currently, we are struggling to manage our children, most of us, not all of us. But if we can make sure that we influence the banning of some of these products, and what hurt you the most is that these products come from other countries where they also, the usage then is even much better than some of us who are just buying, importing from them. So I really support the report from the committee, and I want to say job well done. But what I want to say is just that let us not stop here. Let's become part as ambassadors, or maybe advocate that one day, as a responsible parents, we can then say we're part and parcel of making sure that this happily and all the other funny things are no more being sold in our local market. We need to bring something that really limits these things, because any shop now is selling this. You can even go to a Konjatu, or wherever. You find now they even came up with like a small thing. It's no more that big one that used to be carried by 2-3 people. They have like a small, it's like just this, the size of your pen, that one can even put in a pocket. So seriously, I will really support if the committee, if it is that maybe we need to give the committee additional funding and support for them, just to make sure that they can co-opt with the committee responsible also at National Council, National Assembly, and then we can see to it how we can really fight this happily, bubbly, and all the other funny names that you are bringing. So I submit some advice here.
Thank you, Honorable Shabionja. Any further discussion on the report? Honorable Katura.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chairperson, honorable members. This report is very crucial and it's so important. If I look at point 7.7, if you read it, where learners connect the smoking of this bubbly with the higher concentration, and even in the examination, a very big concern. I would like also to find out the percentage of these learners who are really talking about that this smoking is good for them. Because once we don't stop in the early date now, and then expand it to many other learners, it's a danger. Secondly, I'm learning that the youth is no more up to 18 years. I listen about a recommendation that the youth have to be expanded from 35 to 40 years. Now, this law of not to sell to the people which under 18, so you have to be changed. Because the youth is up to 35. We cannot allow the youth to use this tobacco and any other things. Again, their health. And then the second point is, if you go to 7.14, 7.14, they also relate the smoking with a better option to relax. If they want to relax, then they have to smoke. This is very dangerous to the health. And with that, if you go again in the next point, 8.6, about the school board and parents, and in particular that the rules at schools, the code of conduct, give the learners more rights than what the teachers can use to stop them from smoking. Now, I think it's better for us that the teachers and the community at large and the school board have to come up with direct interventions. What should be done with these learners? And what are the rights of these learners in this regard? You see, if you are at the sports fields, in any other place, these young people are just smoking freely, even in the presence of the police. Now, who will control this and who will implement the law? And above all, I'm so concerned about the recommendation made. And there is nothing like what should be done to the transgressors. If a person smokes in the public, what will you do to this person? As I said, we see them daily smoking, even at sports field. And we are all witness of this one. But nothing happened. My question is, what should be done? Because this thing is happening and we are looking at it and nothing is happening. And even when you go in a shop, maybe the person above 18 have to buy. As I say that, it's not the rule. But otherwise, we have to ban the tobaccos and maybe to allow to be used by people older than 55 years and above, because they are close to their retirement. But what I mean is, it's fine for them, because myself, I never smoke. Up to now, I never smoke, and that's also a good example for others that. And we have, and I wish the committee that their recommendation is too light. They should put other recommendation which direct to stop or to change the behavior of the youth. And with that, I so submit, Honorable Vice Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Katura. Honorable Kazangaminya, I see your hand.
Thank you very much. I just want to add, first and foremost, I want to thank the committee on that report, Honorable Richard and all the other members. Now, I was just sitting here and wondering, can this committee not alleviate this report to go and meet the current Minister of Health so that we can really tackle the issues and then see how we can take it from there, and then because it's a national concern and we cannot leave it here. I think it's proper for you now to make an appointment with the current Minister of Health, and then we take it at the national level, and then we will see what the outcome of that meeting will be, and then to excavate it also further to the president, and so that we can see how best we can rescue the situation. Because as current, the situation is very, very, very serious, and it's not something that we should take it lightly. With that few, I just submit and I support the committee report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kazongaminya. Honorable members, any further discussion on the report? I see none. I now put the question that Honorable Karondo, being the mover, do you have anything to reply on comments and questions of members? Honorable Karondo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chairperson, Honorable members. First and foremost, I think I have to thank the members that have contributed, but more on the mover, Honorable Richard, and Honorable Kazongomini as well, that we are in that line of staking this favor to the Minister for further engagement, which we really do consider that that is the best way for us to move forward on this issue. This issue is a very, very critical issue, and whatever we have to do here, it should be within the framework of the law. So we don't have a law yet that have to regulate this. That is why we really need further engagement until such a time that we have to have a law. Then I think string measures could be thought of on how should we regulate it. But otherwise, I think I have covered a bit of what Honorable Katura also asked. So we are limited to put whatever we think is best because of the law that we do not have yet on this product. I think basically that is that. And yeah, I raised my case and I'm asking you to let it go. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Karondo. Honorable members, there's no other engagement from the committee members. Then I now put the question that the report be adopted. Any objection? We agree to. The report stands to be adopted. Honorable members, The Secretary will read the third order of the day.
Resumption of debate on committee stage, Appropriation Bill, Bill 6 of 2025.
Thank you, Secretary. Honorable Member, it is moved that I leave the chair. Who seconds? Any objection? We agree to. Thank you. Honorable Shavionja, the first Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, will now take the chair. Honorable Shavionja, take the chair.
Good morning, honorable members. The Committee of the Whole Council now called to order. With that said, we'll break for a tea break and then we'll resume at 5 minutes past 11. and then we add some energies to our body, and then for now we can just do what we are supposed to do and then finish and go do other things. So the committee is now called to order. The committee of the whole council will consider the appropriation bill, Bill 6 of 2025. I shall now put to vote 11, which is our own vote, National Council, with an amount of 140,274,000 Namibian dollars. Any discussion? Honorable Richard, Honorable Muteka, by show of hands? Okay. No, can we cover the thing? Honorable Richard, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members. Allow me to contribute this morning to vote 11 of National Council. Honorable members, National Council is doing work beyond even expectation. And the money that is allocated to National Council is far, far below the belt. Basically, it is not enough for National Council to execute all its mandates, whether it is in-house or whether it is committee or whether it is the international committees that National Council have joined. Therefore, the 140 million for National Council is very less for me. Like for instance, when we have in-house assignments where committees must pay special attention to in-house functions, the money is always very less. And they can only cover maybe 2 or 3 regions, which does not make a proper sense. But if the allocation of the National Council can be increased at least up to a certain amount, so the National Council who debates critical issues, because National Council is representing the nation, is representing the grassroots, but the amount that is always allocated to National Council is very less in this house. Therefore, I appeal today to Minister of Finance is that please increase the budget for the National Council so that the grassroots can feel the impact what National Council is doing during these 5 years or 1 year or whichever time they are assigned to do in-house meetings. Therefore, although I support the vote, my request is that the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Office of the Prime Minister please look into this matter so that the vote for National Council can be increased. Because when we have in-house, especially in-house assignments, it is not enough. And every time we cannot postpone in-house meeting until when. Therefore, my plea today is that Minister of Finance, please look into it, and I support the vote. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Muteka.
Thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. Allow me to also make a short contribution on our vote 11. Honorable members, in this very August House on the 21st of April 2023, I requested that the Prime Minister introduce a bill establishing the Parliamentary Service Commission as a matter of urgency to deal with the recruitment, promotion, transfer, demotion, disciplining, hiring and firing, training, and retaining of parliamentary staff, as to deal with the other related matters aimed at improving the performance of Parliament in general. In the Namibian Constitution, the Third Amendment Bill, Bill 9 of 2014, passed by the National Assembly and reviewed by the National Council in 2014, amended the Namibian Constitution to provide, amongst others, the following: to provide for the presidency, to provide for running off of presidential elections, to create a vice president to be appointed by the president, to be deputized by the president, to insert the vice president as a person who can assign functions to the secretary to cabinet, to provide that parliamentary staff need not to be part of the public service, and to provide for the creation of a Parliamentary Service Commission and increase the size of the National Assembly, to provide for an increase in the number of presidential appointees to the National Assembly, to increase the size of the National Council, to insert an article providing for the Secretary to the National Council, to mention but a few. If we look at the above activities, all the activities that I've mentioned here have been implemented, except that of the Parliamentary Service Commission. Article 1, Sub-Article 3 provides for the three main organs of the state that shall be executive, legislature, and the judiciary. These three organs of state are independent from each other for realization of separation of powers. These branches of government are supposed to have independent bodies that are responsible for the recruitment, promotion, transfer, and demotion of their own staff, and to also deal with other related matters concerning the executive, legislature, and judiciary. In general, the body that is responsible for the matters related to the executive has been established, which is the Public Service Commission. And on the other hand, judiciary has created the Judiciary Service Commission responsible for the recruitment of their staff. While for the past 9 years now, legislature, and in this case we are talking about Parliament, does not have a Parliamentary Service Commission, which is mentioned in Article 52, Sub-Article 4, as per the Constitution Amendment of 2014 that is stipulated. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, I rise here to basically rise up and do a follow-up, because we have requested that the former speaker make sure that he has implemented it before he has left his seat. And this is me calling out to the colleagues of National Assembly to find out how far we are, as this is a matter of urgency. I so submit.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Honorable Busihu, Honorable Kalongominya, in that order.
Thank you so much, Honorable First Vice Chair, Honorable members. I also rise here to be in Congress with Honorable Richard about the increase of the National Council budget, because we know things have changed along the way, where DSA rate and also this kilometer rate has changed. So we really need to plead that the finance minister need to relook at the allocation, because oversight activities are very critical, where we really look at accounting what our executive staffs are doing in order to improve the livelihood of our citizens. So it is my appeal that the budget committee and also the finance minister, they really need to relook at the budget for National Council. I also want to thank the management of our National Council for the well-audible infrastructure that we have in the chamber. So this is the milestone that we have already achieved. I really want to thank you. And lastly, Honorable First Vice Chair, I want to air my disappointment during the joint sitting, whereby our chairperson is being victimized by the narcissistic interventions with the member of the National Council. And I want to implore the joint rules committees that you need to look at that thing. There's no way you can you disappoint some other people's chairperson and then you respect your own. Namibia has got one parliament and also two houses. So all these national leaders, they deserve respect. I so submit, Honorable First Vice Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Kalongominya.
Thank you very much. We are talking of the National Council that I don't know exists from 1990. What is it? Yeah, 94, 92, and up to where we are. And then, if we are talking of the National Council, our work merely relies on oversight. We have to do oversight in order to establish whether what we want to be implemented or every complaint, whether that complaint is really relevant or not. And if I'm talking of oversight, I'm talking even the example that we have in our previous today's session, even the report of the Ministry of Health, or the Committee on Health. That report, for you to take that report further as we have recommended, will rely on a very good oversight that we have done in order to convince someone else that really here needs to be looked at. But when we talk about this oversight, oversight is cost related because people need to go out. We have 7 committees in this house with different assignments that needed to be financed. We have the secretariat that needed to accompany these committees whenever, wherever, and whenever they go. We have recorders that we take along when we go for certain oversight functions of this house. All these things need to be paid for. People are traveling from their regions to come here and stay here in Windhoek at the rates, although currently we are yet not benefiting from the improved rates. But now we are having a backlog already. When those rates are going to be implemented, it will really encroach into the current committee budgets. And some activities might be affected when these new rates are coming in. And I don't know. Now we have 140 that we really have already spent. Because this is divided already. Committees is having 17 million, and whoever is having this, whoever is having this. All the other additional, we have select committees that happens because there is a issue that comes into this house, and we need to investigate that issue. So a select committee needs to be established on what funds are this committee going to operate. Because we have already reached our ceilings with the current budgetary allocations and our commitments that we have done from the budget that we have now. So the 140 now is already committed. Whatever will come in, either a back pay because of the DSA, either a select committee that need to go and investigate, either activities as we have even given to the Ministry of the Committee of Health now. They need not to come back and plan to see the minister. That activity, where will that money come from? If our budget is already committed. So the 140 million that this house is getting is peanuts. We have time and again talk about all these things. I don't know as a house, how far and to whom should we go for the National Council plea to be heard? Honorable Jabula, whenever he's saying, he says he's a bona fide SWAPO member. But I don't know which type of are you that you are not heard when you are complaining about insufficient funds. Does your government, does the government and the party do not need us to do a proper job? Because this is a house of review. We are reviewing whatever the other house is doing, and we are reviewing also regional matters, things that happens on the ground there. And we are doing it for the goodwill and for our government to prosper and to do good, because we are going to the bone of a problem. And we say, can you add money to what we're supposed to be doing so that a proper job can be done? Honorable Jabula, can we use you to go and plead with those that you always tell me that you will, if you talk, you will be understood, so that we can get really an increase to the budget. We are not talking of us. November, we are gone. We are just people that comes in and go out, but this is an institution and it will remain there. It is processes and established through processes and systems, and this institution will remain here. But the system should go from strength to strength not from strength to whatever. Really, therefore, I'm not happy. I does not support the 140 million that we got. We need to sit around the table with the current Minister of Finance so that maybe she might understand our plea. Thank you very much, my Honorable Chair. Time is up.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Honorable Gambrute?
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. I rise to make a very small contribution to the vote 11 of the National Council. When I started out here in 2021 and I started to interrogate the budget, the appropriation, I once said that it seems to me as if the figures in the budget are just sucked or plucked out of the air. And today, I have the proof. It's done like that. You know what they do? Whoever draws up the budget says, let's look at how many people are in National Assembly and how many people are in National Council. National Assembly got 398 million. We've got 140 million. For each member of this House, with all the support services, the salaries, the stuff, everything that we need, 3.3 million. For the National Assembly, 3.8 million. What does it mean? They just, okay, let's give them that money. And I am 100% sure. I have also asked that we have our own budget committee in this council so that we can sit together with National Assembly and let's look at our activities. Our committee, our budget committee here in National Council must sit down and determine our activities and fight this out with the Minister of Finance and with nobody else. Secondly, I agree with Honorable Busiu. I'm very unhappy with the way that our chairperson has been treated in that chamber of the lower house, of that chamber of the House of Commons, because we use the Commonwealth bicameral system where the National Assembly is the lower house and the National Council is the upper house. And we are also referred as that the upper house of review, but they act as if they are our seniors. To the effect that I had to rebuke 2 brand new MPs. I'm here for close to 5 years. They've only been there for 7 minutes. And they come to tell me it's different here. I said, what's different here? You come yesterday, you don't even know what's going on here. You're telling me it's different here? No, this must stop. I would like our disciplinary committee or our rules committee, whoever is in charge of that, we need to address this in a formal way. I would suggest we write a letter to the Speaker, or not even to the Speaker, to the Prime Minister. Okay.
Honorable Woga, you're standing on.
I just want to support my brother. You can just carry on. You are right.
Then through the chairperson and through the whole House, Honorable Lukaezi, my apologies for having been cross at you, for having done the same as the Honorable has done. Please forgive me, my brother. Please forgive me. Now, thank you, Honorable. Now, you see, it becomes a very it's something that's scratching on something where it should not scratch. The way that the National Assembly is acting and behaving as if they are our seniors. They are not. We occupy 2 offices while they go in recess. They go to their houses, sit in their lounges, drink their coffees, and play with their children. When we go into recess, we go to an office where we serve a community, and where we even have to bury people from our own pockets, which they never do. But we pay the same. They must look at our salaries. Our salaries should be different because we occupy 2 offices. We are Hardap or Karas or Kunene regional councillors of this specific constituency, a full-time job. They are part-timers. I implore them that the National Assembly, please don't act like commoners as you are regarded. I do not support this vote because the money is too little. We do much more work than the National Assembly does, and we can never do everything that we are supposed to do. This is my contribution from this August House of Lords. I so submit.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Any objection? Any objection? I see none. Agreed to? I shall now put vote 15. Mines, Energy and Industry, with an amount of 939,487,000 Namibian dollars. Any discussion? Please, can we record the list? Let's start here. Honorable Mavara, Honorable Amundindi, Lukaesi, Usihu, Honorable Kambrute, Honorable Isaac, and then Honorable Mteka, Honorable Garondo, not order. No, I was starting with Honorable Mavara. Honorable Mavara. Honorable Mavara, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, Honorable Member. The allocations to this vote 15, if the space would have been permitted, should have been increased. More so as we need to accelerate our state investment in the industrialization of economy and increase local generation electricity and expand the transmissions and distribution of network in the country. We have been told that national energy demands is expected to continue to increase on the average of 3.1% per year, whereas the import of electricity continues average around 60% of total demand per year. Those in the energy sector are telling us that without continuous investment in a local power generation, our dependency on imports of electricity will continue for the foreseeable future. We command the Minister of Industry, Mines and Energy for focus. They have pillars in the rollout the renewable energy, such as solar power plants in the south and central part of the country. The technocrats are telling us that having more localization generation facilities across the country is good for the grid stability and helps reduce losses of transporting the electricity. We are being told that hydropower is cheap once the debt are being paid as water is free. We can see the benefits that Ruakana hydropower station is contribution to energy security and its benefit the reducing the cost of electricity in the consumers. With regard of rural electrification program of the government, as much as we comment the ministry for job well done so far. However, the access of electricity rate remains still low, as many of our community remain not connected to the distribution grids. So, in conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Member, the government intervention should be considered to either subsidize electricity tariff mainly to the vulnerable sectors of our society, or the government should increase the investment in cheaper forms of the power generation. With that, I support the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mujindi.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, Honorable Member. I stand to make a short contribution to vote 15, Mines and Energy in the Industry. First, I want to congratulate Honorable Natamwe Fete again for being appointed as a minister for that. But now, I want just to zoom that I want the Minister of Mines Energy to come up with a law that compares mines to contribute 10% yearly to the Ministry of Education, Innovation, Sport and Culture, Sport, Youth, Art and Culture, for the ministry to be able to deal with high rate of unemployed qualified teachers, and also to implement its program without failure. Minister of Mines and Energy must make a law to compare the mines energy. And I'm very much disappointed also to see our government to have a very minimal percentage in the mining. Therefore, we need the minister again to come up with a law that compares any investors, any foreigner investors who want to invest in our natural resources, to make sure that we got 50% from that. That is the mentality of a colonial era. Can't be why. So then, because we want our people to benefit in our own natural resources. So therefore, if any investor doesn't want to take up any decision that the government, well and good, they should pack and go. Once again, that I want when I want to touch about electricity. Electricity is too expensive nowadays. It's no longer affordable. If you go to buy electricity for 100 Namibian dollar, you only go home with 40 units. You only go with 40 unit 0.2. While the household for the lower social economic background, if you go to the shop to buy electricity with 50 Namibian dollars, they only go home with 20 units. What is that? It's not good. And I'm hearing now, ECB, Electrical Control Board, has approved an increased tariff, 3.8 for non-power tariff to increase from June this year. And this one again is going to, if you go to buy electricity from July, with 100, you go home with lower than 40 units as in the current form. And who is suffering here is the end user. And most of this money They are paid higher salary for the parastatals executives, not really just benefiting. Therefore, it's again higher time the Minister of Mines Energy to set up a law or to come up with a law that also regulates how the board of the parastatals should come up with the salary of these executive officers. Now they are even paid more than ministers, more than whoever. And even they are paying each other what they call performance bonus. For what? For increasing the tariff for the Namibian people to suffer. So it's high time that the salaries of executives of parastatals. So I thank you very much. The first vice chairperson, I support the vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mujinji. Honorable Mutinga.
Thank you, First Vice Chairperson. Sorry to interrupt, but I realize one of our members, Mr. Rocco, with a serious fire. I don't want to see the same story with the other member who died in the parliament. So it's a serious case that we got to pay. Thank you.
Honorable members, can we then go ahead with our proceedings, please? If the honorable member is sick, he knows what to do. There are even nurses here locally, so he can be assisted. But I don't know why you are the spokesperson. So, Honorable Buzu.
Thank you so much, Honorable First Vice Chair, Honorable members. And for me, I want to zoom down to electricity that is being provided to schools under this vote. And really appreciate that several schools in Zambezi have been electrified, and some schools have also been identified to be electrified. But the problem here is that the allocation which is given to electrified schools, the money is so less. We really need to make sure that at least every learner, wherever he or she finds herself, should have got access to study during night time. And with this, again, I want to appreciate what other conservancies have done in Zambezi region. For example, Sobe Conservancy, they were able to electrify their villages and schools. The Munu Conservancy as well. We talk of Kavulavula Conservancy and also the Munu. They were able to electrify villages. And I want to also implore to the ministry that we really need to come up with a harmonized approach whenever we are providing electricity to schools, because you'll find that, for example, the area that I know, Etchoi in Kongola constituency, you have 4 transformers in that particular area, which is at the Kuta, at 2 schools, and also the churches. And then some people are within the jurisdiction radius of 500 meters. They are without electricity. We really need to make sure that we harmonize our planning so that everything should have to be done at once. And those were my few contributions. And I also want to thank again, because for the past 35 years that we had 3 schools in Babata area where the marginalized communities are living. And I'm very happy to report that for the last financial year, the government was able to pull electricity from Kongola, which is 40 kilometers to Masambo. And now there's also another site handover that was done at Kandunda Kaseta at Cheto in order to electrify school. And also this month on the 13th of May, another site handover was made at Ndoro Memorial Senior Secondary School, where the school is going to be electrified. We really appreciate for all those interventions that marginalized communities are also brought on board in order to receive what every Namibian is receiving. I so submit, Honorable First Vice Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Mbrute.
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. I would like to contribute to vote 15, but I'd like to deal with mines at this stage with mines only. Now, on our WhatsApp page, our Chambers page, there's been discussion going on with regards to the mines, when the mines were starting, etc., etc. And one honorable also claimed he knows the history of the mining, etc., and so on. And they are giving or blaming one another for apartheid and post-apartheid and pre-apartheid. I'm so in trouble for saying that if a person that doesn't want to refer to Namibia as I'm so in trouble with that. But it really is necessary that we look at the mining industry in our country. Yes, most of the mines started in the previous dispensation, but there are so many others that started in our time. So many that started post-apartheid. 2 or 3 weeks ago, the SWAPO Secretary General was quoted to be really, let me use the word, not happy, really unhappy with this 10% that we have in our mining sector as a state. I've been talking about that for the past 4 years. Now, let me focus on uranium. Namibia has got very significant uranium deposits, with the world's biggest open-cast uranium mine being Resumption. Now, but we have other mines also that has got uranium. We talk about Langerheinrich, we talk about Husab, we talk about Valencia, even in Engo Valley in northern Namibia, the Namakwa Belt in southern Namibia, Trekopia, the Khan mine, and I can name them over and over. We've got so many mines and so much uranium deposits, but still having so much natural resources, we're still struggling. Moving on to diamonds quickly, I'll come back to the uranium later. We have seen a decline, and I think it was 19 March, 19 April something, 2025, where the president of the Chamber of Mines, Mr. Zebra Kasete, was speaking about the poor performance of the diamond industry, a decline of 23%, 23.8% decline in revenue. Now, I have a solution for that. And the solution is increase our shareholding. That will give us more money, even if the production declines. You see, if we look at the shareholding, and I will sing this song every year. Resumption, 3%. Chudi, 10%. The highest that we have is Namdeb, 50%. I'll ask the question again. What is so wrong that Namdeb did that we move them up to 50%? That which is, let me say, the trouble is so huge. But we cannot go to the others and say we want more than 3%. Coming back to uranium. We have uranium. Once again, I've mentioned it earlier. The transboundary. At the Water Symposium, the uranium effect and probable pollution, that discussion was removed from the agenda by high-ranking people that were there. governors of certain regions decided that we don't want to talk about that. But are we going to risk 1,300 title deeds, over 500 people that could get jobs, and the probable contamination that goes with it? We are already facing challenges like over-extraction. We are facing challenges like salination of too much irrigation. Now we want to add another challenge in the form of pollution. So I would really implore the environmental commissioner, who can still not make a decision. I would really implore the commission that was appointed by the then Prime Minister to look into these things and come back with a solution where the two industries, the mining and the agriculture, can work together instead of competing on an area which can be very dangerous, not only for us, 3 regions, and then also our neighboring countries. I see my time is up, and I still have so much to say, but I'll concur with it without supporting the vote.
Thank you. Honorable Gassi.
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, Honorable members. I rise to make my contribution to Vote 15, Mines, Energy and Industry, with an allocated amount of 939 million. To me, this amount allocated to this ministry seems to be less. Therefore, request in the next financial year a better budget than this one. I will go straight on the issue of energy, which is electricity. Honorable First Vice Chairperson, honorable members, energy, electricity have become an essential need. It's no more luxury, but an essential need. Honorable Busihu have mentioned some achievements, but we are too far in the Zambezi region to realize our goals. Because I could say he mentioned the issue of people at Cheto or Kandunda Kaseta, a school which is having grade 11, a senior secondary school, getting a bulb now. It's having no source of electricity, getting a bulb now. It's not far, Zambezi is too small. But the issue of Zambezi, I could say that our government owns Zambezi, because year after year I stand in this August House mentioning the issue, debating on the issue of Zambezi region, that when we got independence, this region could not have any source of electricity despite a genocide. Therefore, thanks to His Excellency, former President Pohamba, who negotiated the Trans-Caprivi link, the electricity which was brought to Ochiwarongo up to Irongo. It costed this country 9 billion. We celebrated it at Zambezi. We got a substation of 1 billion. How much impact have that substation make to the region? You put an investment of 1 billion, year after year you give 2 million to be tracked. When are you going to realize the investment? Therefore, I'll request the ministry to make sure that they make a research and change the current policy and guideline of rural electrification. It's not suitable for our region because we were neglected before. Others were gone, they have electricity, but during the time of 2005 up to somewhere 2009, there were no budget to Zambezi region because we were not having any electricity from 2005 to 2009 when the substation was officially opened by His former Excellency Pohamba. So other regions were going, were moving. So the government owes us that money so that we improve and we reach where others are. We need a research, otherwise Zambezi is far. In Kabe South, as we speak now, you can find a school who don't know what's a light. But they are in Namibia. You don't know when you arrive there, are you in Namibia or where? So how are these people living? There are schools there. And we are talking of the technology. We're in the technological world where power is necessary. So please, we need more budget to recover in Zambezi region. If there is any feasibility study, please be done. Otherwise, we are far much behind in the region. As far as the electricity we are talking here is only for government schools. We are not talking about the community. The community were more, when this policy comes, it found the schools are still, lucky I'm close to, before you reach Kongola, you'll get Sibinda. So all schools in Sibinda are energized, but there's no community. It's only 6 areas which is energized. I will say thanks to the minister who left. By looking into the issue, the plea of the people of Nampengu, I remember they donated transformers, and then their money ended there. So the minister intervened, and now they're energizing the village. So thanks to the minister. That is the move we want. I thank you. I still submit.
Thank you, Honorable Isaac.
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members. I rise to make a small contribution towards the vote under discussion, vote 15. I went through the Deputy Prime Minister's motivational statement, and he said, after the approval of the National Electrification Policy by Cabinet in 2023, we set a clear goal of universal access to electricity by 2040. That means we must now wait, as from now on, we must wait for 15 years. 15 years we must wait to get electricity in the whole country. By that time, most of us will be around. Then he further goes and said, we are talking about connecting 400,000 households. He's referring to 400,000 households to be connected. There's no provision for the growing population. Let me go to industrial and business development programs. An amount of 50 million has been allocated. 50 million for the whole country. Is it possible? Really, that money must be increased. I failed to show the SME allocations. It's not there. There is a white elephant, a state-of-the-art building in Kidmasop. Apparently, initially it was built to polish diamonds there. That was the initial idea. But we have heard, after the completion of this massive, expensive building, they decided to shift the operation to Ogani and Windhoek. The diamond policy. That building is standing there in Kidmasop, in the heart of Kidmasop town. Nothing is going on there. But the security is there. They must be paid. Empty building, white elephant. We from that region, from Hard Karas, the diamond is coming from that region. We have never seen a diamond. But the other people are seeing the diamond, which is not good. Let me go to Karas. Karas and Harda regions. Rural edification. I don't know how this Swabo government is functioning. Really. They start with a rural edification program in the communal areas. There are, for example, 10 farms on the road. They left out some of the farms every time. That's why I'm always saying these lines are Swabo lines. Because I know we're staying there. That is not good. we must deliver the service to all the people equally. That is not happening in the South. You are doing selective development, which is not good, which is not fair. But I'll thank the minister, the previous one, the Minister of Mines and Energy, Tom Alwindo. I went to his office by myself. I begged him, and he agreed in principle. And he sent consultants, ministers, people do the Tribune constituency, and at least we have received 50 households were covered. 50. But still, I'm not ending there. But still, they covered 50 households on 2 farms. But they still left out 18 households. What was the reason? And that day when we went to these places, we wrote the names of all the beneficiaries. But still they left out 18 people. And I must now start again begging for these 18 people. So I submit without supporting the vote.
Thank you. Honorable Mutega.
Thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. Allow me to also just give a brief contribution on this vote.
Please, honorable members, can we pay attention to the somebody's having
Vote 15 of Mines and Energy and Industry. Firstly, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the Minister, Honorable Natango Ifete, and we're wishing him well in running this ministry. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, I really do not want to repeat what the other honorables have said. Perhaps just to add on, if we look at the motivational speech of the minister, he has indicated different programs that the ministry will be embarking on in this specific financial year. If we look under program 2, with the heading of the creation of knowledge of Namibia's geological resources, that has a budget of 81.1 million Namibian dollars. In the statement, it indicates that during this financial year, the ministry will put mechanisms in place to facilitate easy access of data and information generated through geoscientific surveys and research to broader public. I really want to commend the minister. I think this is a good move. However, want to motivate that they look in the lines of really creating creative ways on making sure that the youth are also engaged for us to really understand the minerals that we have in this country of ours. I also want to use this opportunity to perhaps ask if they could look at internship programs for our students who are currently at UNAM, because what I've picked up in this country is that we're moving too much in the line of theoretical ways of doing things and very little when it comes to practicality. Perhaps this is an opportunity that our students could use to also join part of this this initiative from the ministry, for them to gain necessary knowledge and also experience, and also make sure that they decentralize this information to all the regions. I think it's very important that all the regions get to know what resources they have in their specific region, to understand what it means, where it comes from, so that we can better appreciate the resources that we have in this country. The second one is under Program 3, which is the Energy Supply and Security. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the committee, I stand to be advised. I think Namibia is one of the countries that has received something for free from our creator, which is the sun. So when we are talking about electrification, especially in the rural areas, I'm not so sure why we are not exploring the idea of setting up solars. So I would want to really implore that the ministry looks into it, because we can see that it's taking quite a while to electrify. Perhaps we could look into using what God has given us for free and use the sun and electrify some of these households. With this brief contribution, Honorable First Vice Chairperson, I so submit.
Thank you, Honorable Muteka. Honorable Garondo.
Yeah, thank you very much, First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members. I'll be very, very brief. I don't think that you need to keep time. Yeah, I really appreciate the effort that the ministry, especially on the side of electricity, has done so far. Most of our schools have been electrified. Most of our hospitals have been electrified. Most of our clinics and other public facilities have been electrified too. But the challenge is more with the household electrification that is taking very, very slow, especially in rural areas. Our community today in rural areas do need electricity, and I should even say that every home now is crying of being electrified. You know that there is a national priority now of 2040, so that is clear that everyone should have access to electricity. But I think the pace is a bit slow. If we could, if the ministry could accelerate the speed, I think it will help, because that is the only way where we could grow our economy, be it in rural areas as well. And the other issue is on the issue of our rates, no rates, for example. Power outage is a cry, especially in our region, Kavango West. There are times that we think that power goes, or power outage is mostly affected by the rain. But to date, I think even when the rain has gone, we still experience this. And people have resorted now to have backups, be it in the form of generators or solar. So at a point, I think people are even saying that the service they get from NORAD is not really adequate. So the appeal is that the Ministry of Mines and Energy should keep an eye on the operation of the rates, so that at least they render effective services. And we should also not forget of the safety of be their workers or even the users. We might recall that there were death cases reported, be it from the workers of NORAD as well as the users. And maybe this should also be taken into account to see that proper supervision should also be kept on the operation of NORAD. Social responsibility of NORAD and the support that we really get as per surcharges is also very minimal, I think, and it's not really transparent as well. So I still urge if the NORAD could also enhance its social responsibility to the users or the customers, and support the growth and the supply of electricity within our communities. Having said that, Honorable First Vice Chairperson, honorable members, I support the vote. So support.
Thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. We are having 3 items under this ministry. Mines, I have already said already. Much have been talked about. We can only makes a contribution to the GDP of this country when we look into the share and the shares that we are having within the mines in mining industry, because it's really our level of shareholding in this industry is really, really very low, and it is really not supporting, and it is really not contributing to the GDP of this country. So one wants to really the Deputy Prime Minister, as this is now in their office, to look into the issue of our stake within the mining companies and see how we can really improve on that stake, and then see how best it can contribute to the gross domestic product of this country, pay for that investment. So we wanted to make sure or plea with the ministry that the Omaheke region got, if Sonoret is there, just give them the total responsibility for them to cater for Omaheke so that we cannot operate on a service level agreement. And the other issue is also when it comes to electricity, electrical lines are going over villages. You electrify this village, in between there are 4 or 5 villages where the line is just passing, and then you electrify that one. We have requested, can we really electrify all the villages where the electrical line is passing? Because the line is already there, it's just to bring down the electricity to the village. Can we please assist in doing so, Soneret and NAM Power and the ministry, so that the villages where this line is passing can be electrified? And then we will be moving in our constituencies with rural electrification. And then the last thing is industrialization, that is also part of the ministry. When I was a young man, I have been working in factories, sheep factories and so on and so on. Today we are talking of free education. Kids should go to schools next year. All of them are going to get free bursaries or free tuition fees to universities. They will graduate, and there is no industries in Namibia. There is no sign of even building industries. There was the much talk about green hydrogen and all its good things that will come. So many people will get jobs, and where it will be starting when. Today it is quiet. You don't know where to go and who to whom to ask. So I don't know, is it a sin for Namibia to establish industries? Can we not produce things here so that our peoples can get jobs? We are sending kids to universities, but to come and do what and to work where? So industrialization should be the cornerstone of our economy, and also so that we can alleviate
on this vote. And I'd like to also thank all the honorable members who contributed. I'd like to also thank all the honorable members who contributed. Much has been said. So I only have 2 issues that I also want to add. The one is regarding the services in settlement areas, where regional councils are servicing plots, but then we realize that the electricity, the service thereof, is left behind in settlement areas. It's not following the ones of the regional council when they are doing water and sewage services in the new plots. So therefore, I would want to implore on the Senate or government for that matter to make it a point to Senate that whenever regional councils are servicing new plots, for Senate also for their services to follow suit in order for us to fast-track development in settlement areas. Then the other one is on the houses or new extensions that were left out during the electrification process, that through the that through the social responsibility, that Senate also consider extending their lines to those houses or those homes that were left behind.
Deputy Prime Minister, who is responsible as a minister there, will make, really he will make a changes there. And the other thing also, from Kunene there is mining activities which is going on there. At the Rotumba, village called Rotumba. There's EPLs holders and claims, but those people, they are not collaborate with those communities. Where those drilling is made in a yard of a person without not yet to say good morning. If those people are asking, they say go to window. We got the right from window. Honestly, it's not a good thing. So I think that really, and I'm also requesting the ministry or the minister to send a team there to go and see how things are bad there. These people who having claim in those EPLs, they have been requested to pay. Whenever they extract those stones or whatever, they have to pay for those stones again. But I don't think that really you are given a claim certificate or to mining there, you have to pay again to the EP holder. But it's what's happening there. So even a team came from that side with a headman to Windhoek here, but nothing happened. Those people, they are still going on misusing those people or the community at those areas. And again, there is a drilling which is made in those, at those homesteads. There is a black water which is coming underground. Black. I went myself there. I make some meetings with those communities and those mining. Those water is going to the river where the livestock are drinking. We don't know what is, how that water is how it is fit for it must be black, but they cannot be fit for human consumption. And those kids who are looking after those livestock, they are drinking that water. We don't know what is the effect on that one. So I'm requesting a team to go there, at least to go and investigate and assist our people there in problem that side at the Rotumba village. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Any objection? I see none agreed to. I shall now put to vote 17, urban and rural development. With an amount of 2,697,817,000 Namibian dollars. Any discussion? Can we have a list? We're starting with Honorable Gatura, then Honorable Kavangominya. By show of hand, Honorable Debele. Okay, for now we can go with the three.
Thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members. I raise to contribute to this vote of the Ministry of Urban and Rural Development. We all know that the Honorable Minister, James Sankwasa, is already hard at work. We observed him in Zambezi region. Soon he will visit other regions. First and foremost, on behalf of the Kavango West region, I would like to thank the ministry for the next activity supported and still ongoing. Number one is the ongoing construction work at Rupara Rural Development Center. We know that Rupara Rural Development Center is one of the 8 development projects from the ministry. Number two, the inauguration of the new Kurenkuru open market. Therefore, now the people of Kurenkuru town and in Kavango in general are happy and appreciate what the government is doing. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members. This year's budget allocation represents a 4% increase from the previous financial year budget allocation. The increase shows a positive move and a hope for more activities to be carried out during this financial year. The budget is divided in two parts, an operational budget as well as a development budget. These two amount budget will cater for 4 programs, namely Program 1 is supporting and enhancing the operational of the regional and local government and recognize traditional authority. Program 2 is enhancement of public participation in development, planning, and decision making. This goes with decentralization. Program 3 is to support the urban and regional planning, infrastructure, and housing development. And the last program 4 is rural development. Honorable First Vice Chairperson, allow me to go to each of the 4 programs in short. Among the activities to supporting and enhancing the operation of the regional and local government and regional and recognized traditional authority, which is Program 1, the Kavango West Regional Council is requesting for continued development of the newly inaugurated Kurenkuru open market. From Program 2, among the planned activity under this program of enhancement of public participation in development planning and decision making, which is decentralization, include the enhancement of the enactment of the regional and constituency development fund bill and other related regulations. I believe that every regional councillor in all 121 constituency, as well as the residents, are waiting for this bill to be passed through the National Council. This has been long since 2014, as far as those who served in the previous council. Our people are suffering in the constituency level. The constituency cannot operate without a budget. Imagine that even an individual person, for that matter, has an account. Why not a constituency? In Program 3, to support the urban and regional planning, infrastructure, and housing development, many achievements were mentioned during the 2024-2025 financial year, such as land services, construct housing, ablution blocks, informal settlement. The new plans are also outlined. And in addition, I want to conclude by saying that Kavango West Regional Council held a special council meeting last year and recommended to the ministry to approve the 5 growth points into settlement area. The response is still awaited. So far, Kavango West has only one settlement, which is Katwiti. I hope that the new minister and his management will shortly, during his visit to the region, finalize the process. Honorable First Vice Chairperson, honorable members, with this contribution, I so submit and I support the vote. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm now seeing my visits gives corrupt councillors time to hide evidence. That is the words of Honorable Minister Sangwasa. He says, I will just read, Rural and Urban Development Minister James Sangwasa says he does not need to make any appointment to visit regional regional constituencies and local authorities. He says announcing his visits, Mukuru, will lead to us knowing, covering up our corrupt practices in the constituencies, in the regions. That is the words of Honorable Sangwasa, that whenever he's going to visit our constituencies, he will never tell anybody. He will just come in, and then because we wanted to, if he is going to do so, he was answering. He was answering on a complaint that I have raised during the president vote in this house, and he says, citing that whatever Kalongominya was saying was just to cover up for the councillors because they are corrupt, and whenever he's announcing and making his visits known, we will hide our corrupt practices. And I don't know. You are coming to, you are the Minister of Urban and Rural Development. We have local authorities, we have regional councillors, we have constituency councillors, people that you need to come and meet for them to give to problems that is on the ground. We have financial mismanagement in the local authorities and regional councils that we need to address and sit around the table. But you say you will just come as you want to come. And I don't know if you come on the ground, whom will you come and meet? Whom are you going to come and meet? And I don't know, certain attitudes and certain things. Really, tomorrow, some honorable will say, you are trying to sabotage government. No, we are not sabotaging government. I am a councillor as I'm standing here. I have my mandates, I have my rights, and I have to do what I'm supposed to be doing. If you think by telling me that you are coming, I'm hiding because I'm corrupt, is it really what we wanted to hear from a minister today? Huh? Is it really what we wanted to hear from a minister today? So what? How do you know? How do we work with you now? So you are there to come and do whatever you want because you are a minister. You have the budget in your hands, maybe, and you can get. How are you going to implement this budget? On programs where you get from where? How are we operating, my honorable? I don't. This is really something that I did not expect from an honorable minister to say. But if he says that, let us see what the way forward will be and how we're going to deal with one another. Because we are not here to put up a fight, we are here for service delivery, as he have concluded in his statement. He says he's there for service delivery. We are also there for service delivery. Service delivery is a two-way traffic. It's not a one-way traffic. Because we had to identify what type of service should we deliver and when and how, so that we agree upon something and then you put it on your budget, on the regional council's budget, for us to deliver this service. But if it is a one-way traffic, then I don't know. And some of us, it's not the first time to be in the ministerial positions. You have been there. So just add normal. There is nothing for you to be there today. Just add normal and try for cooperation, mutual understanding, because you are dealing with adults. We are not kids. That is all what I wanted to say to the minister. Let us work together. There is nothing like enemy, and you call councillors corrupt. Councillors are corrupt, and if you allow, let them know that you are coming, they will hide their corrupt activity. If he's there and we are not there and not coming to his activities, don't blame us. That is what he tell us. We are there to hide. So let him do whatever he wants because he's appointed to do whatever he wants. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ano pa walang comment niyo? Ano ba Debele?
Thank you, Hara. Thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. Honorable members, yes, we are now discussing actually a very important vote that normally we defined as bread and butter for the people on the ground, especially the different constituencies and regions and even municipal areas. And that's where majority of the country's populations reside. First of all, starting with the issue of urban areas, I really think it's a high time that we need to review the land master plans, the construction standards that we have in our various localities, so that we can curb the proliferation of the informal settlement and maintain organized urban growth. We have instances where the government really put so much efforts with the budgets, especially with the Flexible Land Tenure Act, where land is serviced fully by the government, but then it's given with a high cost to the citizens. And this, I think it will be better off if such land really is serviced by the government fully. Why can it not be owned by the state then? And then those that are occupants of such land can maybe be given to build rather than to procure the land. So therefore, I recommend that all informal settlement land to be owned by the state and be developed under the flexi land tenure system, and then with occupants holding rights to use the land rather than ownership through purchase. And then the local authority also to be empowered to streamline the land delivery process, to minimize the involvement of middlemen and to ensure more efficient and transparent access to land for poor and landless urban community. Honorable members, there is also another going scenarios of traditional matters, where is also a baby of this ministry. And really, it's so surprising, even in among the Botswana people, you got ethnic groups that are 6, only 2 are recognized as under local authority, being Bakalagadi, and then the Bakwaro traditional authority that is now imaged as if it's the Botswana traditional authority, where it's only run by a certain ethnic group. And I think it's high time for the minister to re-look at that part and try to involve or have that inclusivity or diversity of the region at heart. So with that, thank you very much. I support the vote. I so submit.
Thank you. Honorable Isaac.
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members. I rise to make a small contribution towards urban rural development, our mother ministry, vote 17. I will touch on rural sanitation, which is a big challenge in the whole country this time around, in the whole country. The implementation process of these toilets is very slow. It's very slow. And even the allocations of monies allocated to the constituencies for the construction of the toilets, it's also very low, very small. There are disadvantages of open defecation all over. Contamination of waters for the rivers and for the wells. It is spreading diseases. Environmental pollution is going on. Threats to women's privacy and safety. It also contributes to malnutrition, increase the risk of sexual violence, and it has also an impact on school attendance, especially for the girls. As a country, we have the responsibility to protect the dignity of women in our societies, our mothers, our wives, our daughters, our sisters. We have the obligation to protect these people. And the reception areas, the people are moving from farms to towns, to urban areas, and in informal settlements. People, there's a place in Lutretz. We went with the oversight. There's a community hall in Lutretz, which is now the toilet for the people of that area. That hall is full. These settlements, these informal settlements and reception areas are heavily affected by lack of sanitation facilities. I'm requesting the Minister of Urban and Rural Development to assist the people. The people are crying for assistance, for toilet facilities in the country. That is now full over the whole country, not only in Gideon, full over the whole country. It's the same scenario. Please, my minister, you were a technocrat, you have been a technocrat, you have been a CRO in Karas region, Hatab region, and you know these things. You understand the ministry. Please, this time around, listen to our plight. We need your assistance now. And let's work together. We are willing. We are there to work together with you because you are the mother hand of us. So I submit without not supporting the vote.
Thank you. Rabbi Busigu.
Thank you so much, Honorable First Vice Chair, honorable members. I only have a few statements to make, and not responding to what Honorable Kazo Gominya have said that the minister started in Zambezi. Yes, of course, and I would like to quote that we can't feel unquote. So, yes, it really happened. Yes, he's hitting the ground running so fast with horizontal gravity. We appreciate for that. And we just want to plea to the minister that, yes, we really need to uproot what is happening on the ground. And I know he can make it because he was a CRA already. He was a minister and he's a minister now. We can't doubt his performance. And my plea to the minister now is that we really need to look at how we can support Sheikh Dura Federation of Namibia. I remember government have provided 10 million in the previous financial years, and for now I understand they've increased it to 20 million. And my thought is that if the government could provide 150 million for Sheikh Dura housing, we can score. And Sheikh Dura Federation is a sustainable way on how we can provide housing to aging Homo sapiens who have never been in a zinc roof or either molded. So we really want the intervention of the minister to make sure it is happening. For example, we have Sheikh Dura's at Vukalo and also Kongola in Katima as well, and some areas are now being electrified, like for example, Kongola, the 22 Meli Federation. There is 112 houses that have been completed, and then there is a company which is now electrifying 202 roads for electricity. So those interventions are very critical. Though these Sheikh Dura Federation, they still face a problem of no water. There is also a challenge of sanitation. And if we provide more money to Sheikh Dura Federation, I think Namibia would score. And the other plea that I'm making to the minister, as other honorable members have already said, is to fast track the tabling of the Regional Constituency Development Fund. This would help. These issues of crying central government come and give us this. If you get that allocation of a 2% to an individual constituency, we can really make wonders. And Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, I want to end with this quote that says, to be like we want to be in Namibia, we should be like a bee. If a bee could have wasted complaining about its light wings against its body, it could not be flying today. And a bee today, it flies over the top Mount Everest, which is 8,000 meters high, and that is equal to 8 kilometers. So what we have to do now is to make sure that we synchronize our thoughts together and see how do we build our challenges into opportunities. I so submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'm seeing Member Abram. The floor is yours, Member Abram.
Thank you very much, First Vice Chairperson of the whole Council. I rise just to contribute to the vote under discussions. And then vote 17, of urban and rural development. In myself, I want to touch on the settlement. We had a lot of settlement countrywide, but I think the aim of the government through such a ministry to initiate the development of settlement is to reduce the urban migration and also to fast tracking the services to the certain areas, either in the rural area, especially most of the settlement was created in the rural area. But when you look on the development and the growth of the settlement in the current situation, it is very slow, very, very slow. Some of the settlement was approved 20 years ago, 28 years ago, but it's still in the same level. When you go there, you find only 2 or 3 houses in a settlement. That's why I appeal to the ministry, those people to review the laws and the regulation which is to regulate the development of the settlement. There is stone blocking, which is blocking the development of settlement in the current situation where we are. Number one, the settlement cannot grow if it is not connected with a better road. Because the developers, those can
can send something there in a settlement, can construct something, either a shop, either what, cannot go there if there is no road. That's why the settlement cannot left with Minister of Urban and Rural Development only, but the whole government. So that the other Minister of Works can construct a road, a proper road to the settlement, if you want settlement to grow faster. Then the Minister of Mine and Energy also can rectify it, the area of the settlement faster. And then the other services is needed in the settlement to attract the Namibian to settle in such a settlement. And then again, housing, how the people are construct house in a settlement. Police and whatever, those are followed in a settlement. Sometimes also they not motivate the Namibian to settle there. Finance institutions is not allowed to finance housing in a settlement. Namibian just motivate to construct with their own money, where the people got those own money to construct a house of 600,000, 700,000. They need to be assisted by the finance institutions, which is not allowed to finance house in a settlement. That's why we need to review those laws so that it becomes flexible a little bit, so that the finance institution can finance in a settlement. It can be accelerated and reduce the backlog of Namibia, which is estimated to 300,000 housing units in the current situation where we are. 300,000 housing units needed in Namibia currently now in order to answer those backlogs. Only when we support the following program. And I want the ministry also to support the following program. Bring together program. Because when they visit a certain settlement, people are allocated the plot this year, after next year revoked again. After 2 years, they are not making any development to such a land. The regional council revoke it again and give it to the other person. The same thing is going to happen again because there is no financial assistance. And then currently, there is programs and organizations which is assist Namibian to construct house, especially those middle, raw, and the ultra raw end. Sheikh Duera's program needed to be supported fully so that it can assist the Namibian people to construct a house in the settlement. Build Together program also it's one of the big programs which is can assist the Namibians, especially those middle and raw end Namibians. And then other program, as long as that it assists Namibia to construct a house so that we can reduce such a backlog we have in Namibia and accelerate the development in our settlement. Government must relook everything to assist and to achieve a goal on the settlement growth and reduce the migration from rural area to the urban. So with that, I submit.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, once more again for the chance. But here I just wanted to make sure that, as my Honorable already said there, that for the Regional Council or the settlement to grow, we need just this development, constituency development fund. It's all what we need. And I'm requesting the new, fresh minister with that speed also to approve, not just to, yeah, to approve that one, the Constituency Development Fund. It's when we see that our settlement will grow. And settlement is made for those rural people. Under the Constituency Development Fund, everything, as we say, this Build Together houses, whatever need, all the equipment.
Honorable Gogo, there's a point of order behind you.
Oh, yeah.
You are rising on.
Yeah, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, Honorable Member, I stand on Rule 68, Sub-Rule 6, just want to put a question to the honorable member from Kunene region. When the honorable minister visited the region, or I only seen your chairperson, but of the honorable member, they were not there. So what happened to your regions? Now we are demanding, you want also the minister to support your region to get cost development fund if you don't attend his meeting?
Thank you, Honorable Koko. Would you like to reply?
Oh, thank you that you come to my third point I wanted to say. Honorable members, honorable to your question. I was thinking even that the minister, before he's coming to Kunene, have to know what is going on within the country in the regional council. Two honorable councillors from Kunene there, during that election, they came to the National Assembly. And as a minister, he's supposed to know that thing, that those people are not there. And you will also have to acquaint himself that there is a session which is going on where I'm speaking now, where I'm here. We are three. And only two who's left there. The chairperson, yes, of course, he was closer because he was just told after 10, I think just 1 hour, that I will be visiting with that acceleration, I will be visiting the region. So, honorable member, I think the minister is supposed to know already. He having his technocrat people to advise him. So thank you, honorable. A good question, indeed. Yeah.
He left also us here.
So really, really that I know that Honorable Kangominya, indirectly he was informing the minister that route, yes, of course, but it's not on that time, not now. He must just consult that I'm coming so that you can find the right people at the right time. Thank you. Oh.
Honorable Koko, you cannot stand both. Honorable Buziu, Honorable Lugasi, you are raising
Honorable
on.
First Vice Chairperson, honorable members, I rise on the
No, what I wanted to find out first.
point of order.
Honorable Lugasi,
68.
I want to find out first whether Honorable Koko is done with his contribution.
No, it's not done.
It's not done. Okay, you are not done, Honorable Koko.
Yes, I'm not done.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Lugasi, you are rising on. Switch on now. You are switching off. You are rising on.
68 point of information.
Okay.
First Vice Chairperson. It's just to assist my honorable members here that the honorable minister, our elder brother, he even left us also from Zambezi. We were just shocked. We were together chatting. Then if the following day, I saw him in my constituency, Zambezi Rural Development Center. So for the information, so that I just add on. Thank you.
Yeah, well.
Now the problem is that you were trying to add to answer what was asked.
Yeah.
Honorable Mujiji, I did not give you the floor yet.
I'm standing
I did not
on-
give you the floor.
on
Can you sit down? I only wanted clarity. You Honorable guys, you wanted to add to what the Honorable Kuoko was answering. To who now? The information you are giving to who?
To him, it's the same question.
Please.
I was assisting.
Can we then follow procedures, please, my honorable members? Honorable Kuoko, can you then continue, please?
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson. Yes, that was my contribution that the minister, before he doing all those things, at least to approve the CDF. And the other thing is that which already lucky part, it was a question from my honorable here. They also wanted to touch to the media when they report things. They have also to find out what they are really reporting. It is based on what they heard from the corridors, because this report, when they report this one, they didn't also find out why this honorable councillors was not there. So besides maybe to say now is the minister who said that, but at the end of the day, the reporter, the NBC or any reporter who was there who reported this, at least sometimes when they report things, they have to find out first to make a research before they come to the media or they report their, they must not be one-sided, maybe the right words. With those few, Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Hukura, chance is yours.
Thank you, First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole House. I rise to make a small contribution on vote 17, and it is on the approval of land sale in urban areas and as well as settlement areas. I would like to bring to your attention a matter concerning the current process of land sales approval. Presently, the approval of land sales by the minister said to be very cumbersome, which can hinder timely development and growth in towns across the whole Namibia. To improve efficiency and to promote localized development, I propose that the authority to approve land sales be decentralized to regional councils and local authorities. This change would enable quicker decision making and also foster more responsive planning and support the rapid development of towns and settlements. Decentralizing this process will align with our broader development goals by empowering regional authorities and facilitate more immediate access to land and development projects. That is my small contribution, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Goa.
Thank you, First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. Mine is just a 1 minute comment, and I support my honorable member that commented on the minister's statement. Some statements are not only political statements, but I would like to call upon to the minister himself with this budget on this vote, just to alleviate the Procure Post 3 settlement to a village council, together with Talismanes. It does qualify. That's why I'm saying that submission was already been made, and I call upon the minister to act fast with a pace that is now in, so that those villages can be elevated. So we are in the same state like the others, and they need to be considered as village councillor, as town councillors. With that, Honorable First Vice Chairperson, I so submit, I support the vote.
Thank you. Honorable members, any further discussions? Any objection? I see none. Agreed to. Honorable members, we still have vote 27 and vote 37 to discuss. So first I want to get the concurrence of the House that what are we saying? Are we then going to complete our votes and then we go for lunch? Or are we then going for lunch and then come back and discuss the 2 remaining votes? Can we agree? By show of hands. By show of hands, those one that say finish. Those one that say let's go for lunch. Okay, can we then agree that we are going to finish the 2 remaining votes and then we go for lunch? Okay. Okay, I shall now put vote 27, sports, youth, and national service, with an amount of 1,266,802,000 Namibian dollars. Any discussion? I will start with my elder brother, Honorable Aingumbi, Honorable Amujinji, Honorable Katura. Any other hands? Okay, can we then start with the 3? Honorable Aingumbi, you might lead.
Thank you very much. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the whole Council, the honorable members, it is in need on honor and the privilege to add my voice in strong support of the vote 27 allocated to the Ministry of Sport, Youth and the National Services, amounting to 1,266,802,000 Namibia dollar under the current appropriation bill.
That's a new vote, my
Firstly and foremost, I would like to sincerely thank the Honorable Minister, Ms. Annette Steenkamp, for the foresight and the dedication shown through this strategic and visionary allocation. The proposal to build a sport facility in every constituency across the country is not only commendable, but historic. It reflects a serious commitment to in-vicinity infrastructure development and empowerment of every Namibian, particular youth. Honorable members, sport is not just a recreational activity. It is a tool for national building, social development, economic growth, and global integration. Therefore, I fully support this budget as a long-term investment and not a mere expenditure. The return on this investment will be seen in healthier citizens, reduced crime, higher youth engagement, and even increased national income through sport, tourism, and international sponsorship. In addition, sport plays a key role in raising Namibians' profile globally. When our athletics succeed in the national stage, be it in athletics, football, boxing, or Paralympic, the country gains global recognition and respect. Honorable members, I hope all of us we know that athletics like Christine Mboma and Heralia Johannes have already shown the power of sport to put Namibia on the world map. And that's why, with better facility and the fund, many more will follow in their footsteps. Honorable member, additionally, sport is a powerful tool for national unity and social cohesion. It is bringing together people from all walks of life, regardless of race, regions, or political affiliation.
Let us not underestimate the power of sport in addressing national challenges such as youth unemployment, substance abuse, and school dropout. By giving our people hope, purpose, and something to work toward, we are building a stronger, more silenced Namibia. In conclusion, let us collectively support this initiative, not just for today, but for the future of our youth and nation. I so submit. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Munjindi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, Honorable Member. I rise to positively commend the Minister of Education, Innovation, Sport, Youth, Art and Culture through this vote for setting aside an amount of 35 million to build or to construct sports stadium in all 14 regions. And each sports stadium is going to have 10,000 seats. So this is it will be a very good achievement. When you turn these 10,000 seats in a monitor term, it will create local economy in that constituency during the sport activities. During the construction of this sport stadium, it will create temporary jobs for the youth and for the unemployed people that have got skill on construction, that have skill in electrifications, that have got skill in plumbing. Because all those work is going to be done during the construction of those. Not only to provide temporary job, after the completion of this stadium, there will be people that are going to work in this stadium under the ministry. Therefore, we really appreciate this one. And also, the rural community people, especially the youth, they will also show case of their talents. Because this sports stadium, they will have a sport coach for soccer, netball, volleyball, tennis, and so on. You see, in most cases in rural area, we only experience, because of the shortage of sports, stadium, we only see people that are playing soccer and netball. Other coaches were not. Now we are going to grow different sport coaches and different athletes in the constituency. We really appreciate this one. They continue doing this one, and it really, really boosts the local economy in all 14 regions, in all 121 constituencies. I support the vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Katura.
Thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. Honorable members, I raise also to contribute to this vote specific for youth, sport, arts, and culture. But I will concentrate much on youth and sport. We all know that the Deputy Minister of this ministry visiting regions, he was in Zambezi region already. He was featured among active youth who have been trained and who came together. And last night on TV, I saw him in Kavango East region interacting with the youth, specifically teachers. And I hope he's now in Kavango West. This is a sign of responsibility and the first time for me to see Deputy Minister in this kind, to be among youth members as to encourage them. Honorable First Vice Chairperson, honorable members, I will fail my duty if I do not recognize and mention some milestones from the budget vote of Youth, Sport, Arts and Culture. From Program 1, Youth Development, Training and Employment, there are youth members from different constituencies across the country who have been taken into these different programs. This is an achievement. From the budget explanation, a total number of 750 youth have been recruited through its three key programs, namely National Service Training, Voluntary Service, and Technical, Vocational, and Educational Training. 17 youth enterprises have been already received financing from the 121 Youth Enterprises Program. And some achievement on Program 2, which is Sport Development. We all know about from our region, the commencement of construction of the Nkurenkuru Plant Regional Sports Stadium at CAF Category 2 level, which will ensure that the regional capital has been a stadium with a seating capacity of at least 10,000. And this is one of the 8 stadiums to be erected. And we experience also in Kunene region, Ocho for hosting the Namibian Newspapers Cup. This was successful, and in particular that it was evident enough that every person, irrespective of sex, can be a coach of any sport code as long as you have the ability and the skills. A female coach of Kunene soccer team won the soccer tournament and lifted the trophy. Congratulations. The construction of basic sport infrastructure at constituency level. It is said that the ministry wrote to all 14 regions, and it has already received feedback with regard to the identification of sites. It feels proud and encouraged if you hear that the target of this financial year is to construct at least one sports facility in each region. Procurement for consultants to perform feasibility studies at the identified site will commence in this month of May 2025. We know that Namibia will host the Region 5 Games declared by the African Union Sport Council, which will take place in Namibia from 4 to 13 July 2025. A total of 2,552 athletes and technical team from 10 countries are expected to partake. I hope we will enjoy these games. Honorable First Vice Chairperson, honorable members, allow me to go and express my wishes on the 2 programs as outlined in the budget. On Program 2, the idea of starting with 1 sports field per region is Thank you, Honorable Vice. Thank you. The idea of starting with 1 sports field per region is a very good initiative. Per region. Listen, per region. In the first year, it will be per region. Continually, they will go ahead. I hope by the end of this financial year, each region has at least 1 sports stadium. An inquiry to inquire land should not be a problem to each constituency of each of the regional council. I wish in program 1 that the ministry should take stock how many out of school youth and unemployed youth do possess and use their skills to enhance their employability, foster self-reliance, and are productive members of the society. The Youth Development Training and Empowerment Program should be made compulsory to all Namibian youth. There are many who need it, and let the ministry fulfill the dreams and aspirations of the youth. The 121 Youth Enterprises Program, which were introduced in 2017, of which 17 youth enterprises have already received finance, there should be a specification of how and when will the rest of the remaining 104 enterprises are to be financed. And the ministry should produce a report, how much did they invest, specific in program 3 and 4 about arts and culture, in terms of coordination and support services, as well as creative industry towards arts and culture development, information research and marketing unit of arts and culture. Honorable members, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members, with my short contribution, I support the vote and I so submit. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Any further discussion? Honorable Abraham and then Honorable Bukura.
Thank you very much, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. I rise also to join the others to contribute on the vote other discussions. And then first of all, I'd like to congratulate either the Minister of such a Ministry of Education, since the sport now is taken back to the education. It's a very good move because sport always started at the school level. Only the teacher who can train learners in different sport code. But the issue is, such a specific teachers who is a sport lover at the school ground, always they did such in a voluntary basis. Always they train kids after school. When the other teachers knock off, they go home, such a teacher remind me the kids train them voluntarily. Even the supervisor of such a specific teacher, they are not have a mandate to force him or her to remind me the kids, because they did it in a voluntary basis. To me, I appeal to the minister that if we want the teacher to take sport serious at the school level, only when we create a small incentive for them. For them to remind me the kids and to train them. We need to give them something so that become a teacher trained at the school ground. In the currently now, only the teacher, those are loving sport, and their sport is a hobby to them, they remind me the kids. And they train them different sport code. And then the issue of sport field. To me, I want to make a difference. Honorable members, sport field and sport stadium, it's something different. Sport field is just like a field, a constituency, so that schools can hold the tournaments and the other community can hold tournaments on such a sport field. Pay constituency. Our teachers, we trained kids and travel together with the kids to the sports. Also need SMT when they travel with the kids. So, Minister of Education, take care of such specific teachers who train the kids. Otherwise, he cannot go anywhere with the sport. If it is not started
at a school ground. Yes, we know that we have a sport officer per region, but those sport officers, they are not trained the kids. They facilitate on the sport in the region, but they are not a trainer. A trainer is a teacher. With that, Honorable First Vice Chairperson, so I submit and I support the vote.
Thank you. Honorable Hukura.
Thank you. First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. I rise to make my contribution on this vote. I feel indebted as a councillor responsible for a certain constituency to see young children getting involved in activities that are somehow irreversible, or taking some decisions that are irreversible. Decisions that puts them in danger permanently. Decisions where they are involving themselves in activities such as drugs and substance abuse, where they are, some of them now, psychologically affected, where their future is now in danger because of the decisions that they have taken. Some of them, young ladies, have participated in activities that have left them with children without fathers, where they are now queuing up at Ministry of Gender, trying to register these children for social grants. I think when we now fast track the construction of the youth centers in the constituencies, this will assist the youth. They will keep them active. They will participate in productive activities, but not those ones where they are now involved in negative issues that are irreversible. And I think, or I would therefore want to propose that the ministry fast track the construction of these facilities in the constituencies in order to address that problem sooner rather than later. Otherwise, we will lose more young people into these very bad activities that they involve themselves in. Just to bring to the attention of the House, maybe another issue is that most of these issues, or most of these young people, they drop school out at a very young age. In grade 8, grade 5, grade 6, these people, you cannot, enroll them at any formal centers like NAMCOL, for instance, or VTCs or so. So we need skills development centers that will improve or enhance their skills so that they are employable, or they can enroll at other centers such as OVTC or VTCs for that matter. So that is my small contribution, and I so submit, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the whole House. Thank you.
Thank you, of the Committee of the whole House. Thank you. Any further contribution? Any objection? Agreed to? Honorable members, I shall now put vote 37 agriculture and land reform with an amount of 2,569,217,000 Namibian dollars and 16, apology, thousand Namibian dollars. Fatigue is kicking in. Let me just repeat again. 2,569,216,000 Namibian dollars. Any discussion? Honorable Mutinga, Honorable Isaac, Honorable Mavara, Honorable Debele, Honorable Nambondi, Honorable Muteka, Honorable Rondo. Did I see your hand, Honorable Goa? Honorable Goa. Who else did I not? Mavara, I wrote it down. Honorable Mutinga, can you lead the discussion?
Thank you so much. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, I hope I'm protected and without any disturbance. It's a very important vote. Last vote. Let me start. I hope First Vice Chairperson will give me more time. The making of Ministry of Agriculture and Land Reform was a very good idea to ensure effective and efficient service delivery to the sector, which forms one of the pillars of our mainstream economy, GDP and job opportunities. Therefore, it is important for me to raise issues that hinders the smooth running of the two very important legs of agriculture, namely the Agri-Bank and the Resettlement Program. Agri-Bank is a key role player in the agricultural activities and also in buying of land for agricultural activities. Agri-Bank, therefore, is the government organ established with the purpose to ensure active, consistent, viable policies and strategic plans to create, promote, and maintain sustainable agricultural sector in all respects. However, the present financial product and service Agribank is not serving the interests of agricultural sector. Moreover, so taking into consideration the settled farmers as well as emerging farmers and communal farmers. Having said that, I would like to refer to following but not limited. Soft loans offered by Agribank in the past no more exist. Grace period after granting of loans by Agribank are no more in place. Agribank valuation of farm land is based on the size of farming unit without the due consideration of carrying capacity of that specific land. In the absence of above-mentioned factors, it is practically impossible for previous disadvantaged emerging communal land to settle farmers to be productive, because livestock is the basic asset of farmers to repay such a loans to Agribank. Agribank policy of only financing about around 70% of price make it further difficult because the farmers is required to pay difference of 30% on the price of land and the same expected to start repayment on these loans immediately. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council and the members, looking at what I raised, Agribank is not serving the development and the empowerment agenda of the agricultural sector. Agribank is actually killing the growth of the agricultural sector. Why? The farmers only do not lose out livestock breed over a long period by selling it to owner Agribank loans. After selling our livestock, farmers lose land because of incapacity of financial obligation to repay Agribank loans. This situation is forcing farmers to explore other enterprises, which is difficult under the current economic climate. This situation goes very bad. Furthermore, if we take into consideration the law which provides the communal of the minimum wage salaries for farm workers, I want to share that farmers lose livestock over the stretch of the drought in the country, coupled with the climate change effects. Rainy season has come, but the farmers do not have livestock anymore. It is important that the Minister of Agriculture seriously reinvest in the agriculture sector by implementing the restocking of the livestock. This can be achieved by subsidizing.
Your 5 minutes is up. Can you then try to conclude, please?
Subsidizing farmers to get Agribank loses close to get on 70 and 30% formula and foster the client-friendly relaxed repayment terms. Providing at least 30 to 50 livestock or at least 100 to 150 small stock to farmers to restock their flock lost during the COVID and the pressing drought, and by refreshing the agricultural sector production. The budget is not enough. Why? We need land. Ministry of Agriculture needs land.
Mutinga, can you conclude, please? Because we agreed on a certain minute, so maybe just sit down and then I'll run through the other members and see whether you can finalize. Provided also you are going to conclude, because I'm seeing you are having an autobiography. Honorable Isaac, you are next.
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members. I'll be very brief on this vote 37, 27, 37, yeah. Agriculture and land reform. There's a small stock distribution program going on in the communal areas. Now this program is very small. They have started with 12 beneficiaries in the constituency, providing with them of goats. 20 goats in 1 rand, and they must revolve after 2-3 years. That scheme is very slow. We need total restocking for the communal farmers in the whole country. People have lost livestock due to drought. People have lost livestock due to stock theft. So the ministry must look into this program and fast track the restocking of livestock, because we are sitting now with very good vegetation grazing, and the policy is there's grazing and we must push the numbers. If there's no grazing, we must reduce the numbers. So please, Minister, the new Minister, assist the farmers. Resettlement. We in Hartap and Karas, we are proud of our own ancestral land. We want to be resettled in our own ancestral land. We don't want to be resettled in somebody else's ancestral land. So please, current minister look into this unfortunate situation where people are resettled in our areas. We are also applying, we're not qualifying. I don't know for what the reasons are behind us, beyond that, but we are not resettled. People from other regions are resettled in our areas. Whilst these people have their own communal farms in the ancestral lands, they are still resettled in our regions. That is not good. That is not justice. That thing must stop. And we need a list. We need a list from the minister since the inception of this program. How many people of these regions of Hata Bankaras has been resettled? We want to know that information. That practice is very unfair. Look into that. The other thing is a nation that cannot feed itself.
Honorable Isaac, there's a point of order here.
Sorry.
The Nabundi, you are raising on.
Rule 68. Point of information.
Okay.
Right. Namibian constitution grant the right to every Namibian to stay where he wants to stay. Free of movement also include part of in the constitution. So Honorable Isaac, you can even apply to resettle in Uvuvia. There is enough space for your animals. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Isaac. I think it was just a point of information. Can you continue?
We are not interested to apply to somebody else's ancestral land. We have our own land. We want to stay there. So we don't apply to any region. A nation that cannot feed itself is not truly independent. And to rely on imports of food undermines the country's sovereignty and dignity of the people. This sober government do have the issue of subsidy schemes. Everything is a subsidy. Fertilizer subsidy. Pesticides subsidy. Seeds subsidy. Tractor subsidy. We are not in position to pay that subsidy amounts requested by the ministry. And that is the reason why the people of the South are not using the subsidies. We are poor. The government must give us these things free of charge. It is possible if the political will. Yes, look to the issue of Burkina Faso. Things are given free to many people. We are just 3 million. So that subsidy schemes must be abolished in the South. Because we are not making use of these services, and that is just a wasting of time. We are not using it. The minister must know if they stop this thing of this drought relief scheme. If they stop this drought relief scheme, food for the people next month, then they must know some of our people will perish, die of hunger. So I submit without supporting any budget in these things.
Thank you, Honorable Mavara.
Thank you very much. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, Honorable Member. I rise to draw attention to the state of agriculture development in Kavango East, specifically the Mashare Agricultural Development Institute and the surrounding initiatives. Really, it is disheartening to considering the two Kavango regions have been rated in the top 3 poorest region in Namibia for the past decades. So while the green scheme in the two Kavango regions have become the white elephants and not operating. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, some of the root causes of the collapsing of the agriculture projects are: number one, many agricultural projects in the region have failed due to a combination of the poor management, lack of oversight, and unsustainable planning. Number two, corruption, misappropriation of funds, and political interference have further derailed the progress. Several companies were constructed to implement and manage agricultural projects in Mashare and surrounding area, yet delivered a little and no lasting impact. Notable, some companies formed specifically for tender purposes vanished after payment were made, leaving infrastructures incomplete and now unused. Currently, status of Mashare Agriculture Development Institute used to be a beacon of hope for research, training, production, and now the Mashare Institute is now underutilized and largely non-functional with dilapidated infrastructure. Honorable Vice Chairperson of the whole Committee of the whole Council, I have also, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the whole Council, Honorable Member, I have some recommendations here. Number one, reactivate and allocate sufficient budget for Mashare. Number two, proper irrigations and functional pump station at both Madi and the MITC for better food production, and renovate dilapidated infrastructure such as chicken houses. And at Madi, chicken production is the key of household for food security. Need supply and deliver fencing material to livestock camps and a vital budget for the bushing and the farm maintenance. Honorable members, agriculture is a backbone of our economy. We cannot afford to let the strategies asset like Mashare Agricultural Institute to go west and all green schemes in the two Kavango regions. Let us vote to restore confidence in the agricultural potential and ensure that the government investment benefit all the people. With that, I support the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable De Belle.
Thank you, Honorable First Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, for this opportunity for rising and supporting the vote 37 of Agriculture and Land Reform. Let me first congratulate the newly appointed ministers, Honorable Ingeda Kwami, and Honorable Ruth Masake. So, That's an idiot. What's a pidi and get it almost like a long hella had you body did you well? Mohompi, you know. I prefer the Honorable Minister to be very humanitarian. As we speak today, Hobava's municipal area is invaded by small scale farmers who were laborers in commercial farms that were bought by the state for land reform purposes. So the incident has been transpiring since year 2000. These small farmers were so unlucky to be recycled in those farms, although they were legally following the set procedures for resettlement. Currently, we are hearing about an incident of these farmers illegally occupying a farmland of Wetsand in Gobabe's constituency due to lack of access to legal rights, actually to legal land rights, poverty and displacement. And hence, I'm really appealing to the minister to look into this matter, not just to evict the farmers as it is already giving problems to the municipal areas. So, they have lacked proper legal avenues and support systems to acquire land legally. They tried for almost 21 years, but nothing is actually coming up. So in conclusion, Honorable First Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, honorable members, it is very uncertain really to let these people be evicted from this farm. We know that it's now a case that is actually be handled in the court, but I need really, or I beg the minister to provide legal recognition and support for these farmers to be recycled no matter how, as long as they have land to continue advancing their farming. So with that, I support the vote and I so submit.
Thank you. Honorable Nambondi.
Thank you so much, Honorable First Vice, the Committee of the Whole Council, Honorable members. I'm just only having two concerns here. But first, let me approach the Minister of Agriculture for subsidizing farmers on seeds, fertilizers, and the other, just to mention a few. The concern what I am having is here. The government used to assist farmers, particularly the crop farmer, by giving constituents tractors for plowing, or on a basis of subsidies. Yeah, but I observed something during the purchasing of those tractors. There are some tractors which is not. I can use this way that maybe not fit to plowing. They are too big, and maybe to that they are too big. It will also cost during the purchasing time. I therefore applaud the ministry to relook this, just to purchase, because now some tractors get old. To purchasing another old to replace those old tractors, at least the government should purchase a tractor which can at least able to use by the local dealers, where the parts can be able to be purchased in local. If you happen to go there to agriculture extension officers, you may find some tractors. They are still new, but still stand due to the parts. I therefore humbly request the ministry to look on that. The very attached to the mahangu, beans, and groundnuts does not encourage farmers to produce more. It seems that if you compare the price of mahangu with the price of maize, there is a big gap, and it needs to be relooked again. That's all what I wanted to add, Honorable First Vice. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Garondo.
Thank you very much, First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of our Council. I'll also be very, very brief and looking at the rain-fed crops and a bit on aquaculture. Yes, we really appreciate the effort of subsidies, but the issue that we have is that it comes in either slow when the rain is about to go, and at the end of the day, production will not be sufficient, so that the yield will be lower, not as expected. The issue with the regional council and the responsible divisions within regions is that we are often referred to that the delay is more from the central government. Perhaps my request here is that if the central government could think of a calendar of distribution of seeds and the tilling program be made in such a time that before rain comes, all these are in place, I think farmers will produce more and food security might be achieved. Then the other one on aquaculture is that coming from the riverside, we had a cry of trying to see that we set up fish farms. The constituency where I come from is like a home of fish stock in the region. So Kapako is one where you can get a variety of stock, of fish stock. But yet we don't have a fishing farm, and that has been an outcry from the traditional authority, from the constituency as a whole. If the new minister could think of setting up one for us, that will be appreciated. Having said that, Honorable First Vice Chairperson, Honorable Members, and looking at that time as well, so I support the vote so submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Guava.
Thank you, First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council. Honorable members, let me congratulate the Minister Inge Dhamwani for the new role that he was now given as a Minister of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform and Fisheries. And I know that he was given a huge task, and this ministry is having a lot of challenges. But what I know of is that the aim of independence was about the land. That was the aim that the people were fighting for. So on First Vice Chairperson, we had a land conference, and there is a lot of resolution that was taken. And amongst them, those resolutions was about all the foreign-owned farmers must be taken by the government and be given to the Namibians. And I must be quoted very well, all those that are owned by the foreigners. This resolution has been passed now for almost it's now 10 years. Nothing is happening. Nothing is happening, and I don't know why. And I'm questioning the minister to act fast in that regard. I want this resolution to be implemented. I want these farms to be taken so that the Namibians can have these farms. So, if the minister is not listening now, I know this resolution is now with a cabinet. And I call upon our Iron Lady, the president sitting, that he must act on this regard so that this farm can be taken. And they are just there idling there. These people, the foreigners, they are just coming to hand and go back to their countries. And we don't want to act like the South African is acting. That's one recommendation that I'm submitting to the Minister of Lands. The other one that I have is now the policy of resettlement regarding the generational farm workers, first Vice Chairperson. We know these people are working, they have been farm workers for long, even before independence, most of them. And when they have been evicted from those farms, they are just been in corridors. Even if they happen to go to communal farmers to ask for a place to be resettled, the communal farmers are refusing that. And they are Namibian, where else should they go to? But when you are coming to the applying for resettlement, it's been categorized at the same level for the eviction farm workers and those that are living in communal land, while the ones that are living in communal land have already a land. So I think that the ministry have to look into that and see that it should be in a special case for the general farm workers to be resettled. Now you can see them, they are now roaming around in Hobabes with their goats and wherever. And at the end of the day, they are selling those goats and they are becoming in poverty. This is a serious issue. The other issue that I would want to tackle is now the one for the agri-bank loans that are being given to the resettled farmers. The 200,000 that are being given, even they supposed to be increased to the 500,000. That's nothing. And I can tell you the previous regime, if you can see now, the whites are now having farms and whatever. They were given millions of dollars that they were given to farm with. And I would like, I would like our government, the ministry, to increase this loan up to 300 million to the beneficiaries so that they can farm. First Vice Chairperson, the other thing that the ministry is giving now, they put a policy of saying that those farmers that are graduating, they have been given now even a whole farm, not a unit anymore. And I support in that. But the problem, the condition that I put in it on say that if you are graduation, you have now over 100 or 200 kettles, and you want another farms to be given, you have to queue up. What does that mean? It means that where are you going to stay? Because now the farms that we were given, you were told that you must recuse the communal land where you are staying to come to the farm. And now you are saying that you have to queue up. Where am I going to keep my animals before I'm still queuing to be given another farm? So they must revisit in that one. Lastly, Minister, please, I would like you to open an office in Okorukambe constituency, the DVS office. We don't have that office, and the farmers are flocking to Hobabes, even to get a tractor or whatever. They have to go to Hobabes, even the seed to buy the seed. And it's disadvantaging the farmers. Thank you, First Vice Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Mujinji.
Yeah, thank you very much. Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the committee, the whole council, honorable member. I just like to make some few contributions. But before that, I want to remind some of the honorable members, they are the lawmakers. They should not become the lawbreakers in this house. They should be guided to the fundamental right in the Constitution. Article 21 in the Namibia Constitution, it reads, fundamental freedom. And Article 21, sub-article 1, H, it reads, all persons shall have the rights to reside and to settle in any part of Namibia. They should be reminded by this constitutional provision. They should be reminded by these constitutional provisions. Therefore, I denounce for those who are saying nobody should be settled in cut us all hard up.
Honorable Member, can you please stick to the vote?
Okay,
that
thank
we
you
are
very much.
discussing?
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's about the budget because settlement is about agriculture. It's not so.
Please.
Yes.
Discuss the
So,
vote at hand. Honorable Mutinga, you are rising on. Honorable.
First Vice Chairperson of Committee of the Whole Council, I want to help him out. There's a cabinet decision.
You are helping who out?
If you don't know,
you are helping who out?
There is a 70-30 ratio allocation.
Honorable Mutinga, talk to me. I'm not hearing you. You want to help who?
I want to help Honorable Amuchiji.
On what?
Amuchiji.
On what?
On what he's saying.
On the constitutional provision or what?
Chairperson, allow me.
Because I have rule in that regard, that's why I'm asking. Because I said I have rules that he must stick to the vote that we are discussing. Is that the part you want? Is it something else?
58, which let me.
Okay, go ahead. Say what you want to say.
I just want to help him. The allocation of land, there is a cabinet decision. I have to forward him, which allow 70-30%. What does it mean? 70-30% ratio allocation is a cabinet decision. I will submit the title and the article to him. Thank you, sir.
No. Thank you. You see now, that's why I was saying, because what you are talking is completely something different from what he was saying. So, Honorable Member, please can you just go ahead and then speak to the current
I'll do that because I don't assist those people confuse themselves. Therefore, Honorable Member, I really applaud the Minister of Agriculture for supporting all the region, 14 regions, all 121 constituencies with very subsidy. Even even this year during the drought relief, farmers were assisted. Those having small stock, those who are having large stock in transportation, they subsidized when they have to sell their animals. This one of the good achievements. If the tractor in the constituency were increased from 1 to 5, this is the achievement. But what we want to see now is the regional councillors, each and every year or after a certain month, we are receiving resettlement form. We have to announce, people come to apply. But we are not getting feedback of how many people resettled in the region a year. The regional, as we want to see now, is from now the new minister, every year should give a database to the region so that we can know that within this financial year, how many people resettled in the region. Because we are answerable to our people. We are answerable to our people that we have informed them to come to correct the form. We want to say now, this year you have applied. Among those who have applied in the region, a certain number have been considered. Then it will be a good feedback. There should be a database given to the region in each and every year for us to be accountable and answerable to our people. I support the vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. During the vote 37, I only want to give Honorable Mutinga just to round up because you were not done when you. Is there another member? Honorable Ogura, do you want to contribute? Okay, Honorable Mutinga, can you just sit for a while, Honorable Ogura?
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, I rise to contribute to this very important vote with a very sensitive heart or heavy heart. And I want to address this House also referring to resolution number 7 of the Second Land Conference. And I want to quote first before I go to my statement. And this is regarding generational farm workers. The resolution reads as follows: develop a policy to protect generational farm workers by providing alternative residence or providing a portion of land to such workers. Unquote. Now, honorable members, honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, I have a case in my constituency where generational farm workers were given a portion of land to reside on and to live on by the owner of the farm. And when the owner of the farm became too old to run the farm, now the son took over. And when the son took over, now he wants to chase this generation of farm workers out. As I'm standing here, I'm receiving calls from these elders because their water has been cut off. And I'm assisting them through the Ministry of Rural Water Supply, the Directorate of Rural Water Supply, to give them water. Now, what I want to implore on government to do is to please, humbly, put the resolution in place and to make sure that this portion of land is bought by government and those respective elders are resettled at that farm so that they enable us to access the farm and to provide them with the necessary services that is required. Like, for instance, giving them water, which is a very, very big challenge by now. Even the Ministry of, or the Directorate of Rural Water Supply, they can't supply water to this farm because it is a commercial farm. So the other one is a very short one. I want to also now ask the Honorable Minister to investigate the process which was used to give a waiver to Farm Okamuru, because after the land conference, this particular farm was on sale. It was put on offer for sale by the owner. Our officials from the ministry went to assess the farm, and the report thereof was that this farm is not fit for resettlement, while a whole bunch of community is residing at that very farm, a small portion of the farm. Now, which left these people in a very big challenge. They don't have any other place to call home, yet they can't own this particular portion of the farm. So I want to implore on the minister, Honorable Minister, to look into that matter to see whether proper channels were followed in giving or issuing the person who bought the farm now with that waiver. And that is my small contribution, Honorable First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, and I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you switch off, Honorable? Honorable Mutinga? Can you round up?
Thank you so much. First Vice Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Council, to conclude, finally. This budget allocation is not enough for the agricultural land activities such as buying farmland for resettlement purpose, buying of livestock to reinvest in the agricultural market by the way of breeding production, maintaining of farming infrastructure, upkeep and renovation, ensuring of enough water provision by the way of drilling boreholes, ensuring productive and operational green scheme projects, and many more. Over the past 30 years, we see that the National Resettlement Program is a failure. Why? Because of wrong allocation. Some that were allocated land are not real farmers, if we talk about the livestock farmers, are not productive. I underline, 95% of allocation were political motivated. Underline again, 95% of the allocations were politically motivated. Allocate land to farmers that will be not productive. Allocation without proper verification. No inspections were made on the farms of applicants to verify whether the shortlisted farmer is productive on his communal land and will be once resettled. There are still many other factors that have caused government to lose millions through that resettlement program. It is important that acknowledgement of the resettlement applicants be communicated with people who applied for resettlement. Furthermore, equally important to inform applicants in writing the reasons, shortcomings of omission, why the application was not successful. The Minister of Land Reform, for the purpose of transparency, must create and maintain database on regional and national levels as a critical source of reference for both ministry and applicant for many reasons. In conclusion, my advice to Her Excellency the President and the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, through the Minister of Agriculture and Land Reform, is that we all need land, but we are all not livestock farmers. Therefore, we in Landless People's Movement believe that it is the right of every Namibian to own a piece of land. To own a piece of land. Not to interest the way of 99 years lease. No. It's a big no. We fought for to own piece of land.
Honorable Member.
Aye.
There's a point of order there from Honorable Debele. You are rising on?
I'm rising on Rule 68 and the Rule 1 and Rule 5. Is Honorable aware that there is a resettlement committee in the regions that recommends to the national, and in every applicant of a farm, only 3 applicants are referred or recommended to the National Commission? Is he aware? And is he also aware that the people who are representing particular regions derive from his traditional authority? Is he aware of that? sitting in that committee who doesn't feedback their subjects. Now, why is now becoming a problem in the government if it cannot be handled at the regional level? I so submit, Honorable.
Thank you. Please, let's refrain from using those words. Honorable Mutinga, will you want to reply?
Thank you, First Vice Chairperson, for giving that chance to ignore such allegations. Let me not go into the politics.
You were mentioning
and the
land
reality.
Then you conclude,
Every
Honorable.
Namibian, according to our ideology, every Namibian has to own a land. Let's not avoid that. But it should be very clear what you need the land for. It's for farming, housing, or green scheme.
Time is up.
Please allocate accordingly. I so submit. Thank you, Vice Chair.
It's okay, Honorable Abraham is almost done.
Yeah, but even so is done, Honorable First Vice Chairperson. Please hear the public are following our discussion. You cannot inform them wrong things. If the person are corrected, they're supposed to accept that it's corrected. There is a procedure, this is a rule of law, countries. And to us, we are a lawmaker, Honorable.
Thank you very
the
much.
People are following us, and then they cannot misread it.
Okay, point well taken. Thank you very much. Honorable members, any further discussion? Any objection? I see none. Agreed to? I shall now put clause 1, the shuttle. Any discussion? Any further discussion? Any objection? See none. Agreed to? I shall now put clause 2, short title. Any discussion? Any further discussion? Any objection? I see none. Agreed to? Honorable members, I shall now report the bill without amendment. Honorable Vice Chair, President, good afternoon. I wish to report that the Committee of the Whole Council have gone through Appropriation Bill, Bill 6 of 2025, as set forth in the accompanying copy and agreed to it without amendment. I now ask leave to sit.
Review the meeting. Honorable members, thank you, First Vice. The marathon was very high on 100 speed, and the debates was very good. Thank you very much, honorable members. With that, now it is in accordance with Rule 30 sub 1 of the National Council Standing Rules and Orders that I adjourn the House without a question being put. Honorable members, the House stand adjourned until tomorrow 9:30 sharp. So the House adjourned.